Chapter 2294. Yes, Master. A figure walked out from behind Xiao Gu. He looked to be in his 40s and wore a battle robe. His eyes were deep and bright as he leapt onto the square. Boom! When the battle servant stepped onto the stage, a vast and mighty aura was released in an instant. It surged through the void, and even the square that was protected by the seal shook. Master Domain. When the battle servant's aura was released, everyone exclaimed. The aura of a master domain. That battle servant had actually reached the master domain realm. How powerful was he? Not many of the monster kings present could do anything to him. Zhan Lan was also shocked. He hadn't expected the battle servant to be so strong. Although the mysterious battle servant was a rare dual cultivator, after several consecutive battles, he probably had no chance of winning. However, when he saw Xian Tu's battle servant defeated in one move, Zhan Lan felt much better. But when he thought of the sacred elixirs he had lost, he wanted to vomit blood. It would be difficult to explain himself when he returned to his clan. This is big trouble. The middle-aged battle servant from the Baifeng Divine Bird clan who had been following them had a solemn expression. These people should have retreated after winning so many treasures. But now, Ancient Zhao's battle servant was a master realm expert. Boom! Xiao Gu's battle servant didn't say anything and directly attacked. The profound energy in his body surged, and he instantly launched an attack. He stepped forward and stretched out his hand. Mysterious runes rushed out, crushing the void as he tried to suppress Du Xiaofu. Boom! As the battle servant attacked, a strange mist gushed out from the surrounding void. The sound of wind and thunder shook the square. The battle servant knew that Du Xiaofu was a spirit talisman master and was afraid of spirit attacks, so he chose to attack at close range. He wanted to suppress Du Xiaofu first. However, at this moment, Du Xiaofu did not bat an eyelid. His hands were already glowing brilliantly, and at the same time, his hand seals had already been successfully condensed. Dazzling array flags shot out, and the mysterious runes on them were dazzling as they soared into the sky. Rumble! Immediately afterwards, the plaza released a loud noise that sounded like thunder. It was world-shaking, erupting with resplendent radiance. At this moment, everyone was shocked. That terrifying aura was shocking. It was like a bolt of lightning had suddenly descended. The violent fluctuations in the sky trembled because of it. Dazzling runes suddenly spread throughout the sky, causing the entire space to rumble and tremble. A powerful symbol array appeared, instantly shrouding Ancient Zhao's battle servant. Endless rune energy distorted space, and finally, the symbol array covered the sky. High in the sky, the clouds surged, and the world darkened. 9-star domain peak talisman array, an illusion array. Xiao Gu's expression immediately changed. That battle servant was a spirit talisman master and an even lesser array master. What he used was the strangest illusion array. This illusory formation is extraordinary. As the talisman array appeared, countless gazes were filled with astonishment. Some of the beasts understood that this talisman array was definitely not ordinary. That battle servant is actually a talisman master. The surrounding people discussed animatedly and their expressions changed. No one had expected that at the last moment, the battle servant would actually set up such a powerful illusory formation. He was a talisman master that was the most difficult to provoke among talisman masters. Talisman array. The middle-aged battle servant of the Baifeng Divine Bird clan was pleasantly surprised at this moment. His nervous gaze fluctuated with excitement. When the illusory formation appeared, the light shone in all directions and soared into the sky. It even attracted the attention of many obscure auras. Du Xiaofu's figure also disappeared in the illusory formation. The surrounding space distorted, and the bright light covered all the prying eyes. Bang, bang, bang. As a few muffled sounds came from the illusory formation, the talisman array began to dissipate, and the powerful aura slowly dissipated. two figures appeared in the field. Under everyone's gaze, Du Xiaofu's figure was shaken back. For some reason, his face was pale, and there seemed to be a faint trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He seemed to be forcefully swallowing. What's going on? Who won? It seems that Lord Ancient Zhao's battle servant won. That talisman array couldn't do anything to him. Many gazes around were very surprised. They couldn't see anything inside the talisman array. Bang! Just as the voice fell, Ancient Zhao's battle servant directly fell to the ground. Blood flowed from his mouth. He struggled several times but couldn't get up again. He won again. Everyone exclaimed. That mysterious battle servant actually won again. This was too shocking. Even Lord Ancient Zhao's battle servant had won. It was unbelievable. He won again. The middle-aged battle servant from the Baifeng Divine Bird clan were boiling with excitement. However, Ancient Zhao's face was green and red. He clearly felt that victory was in his grasp, but he didn't expect the battle servant to throw out an illusory formation in the end. With Ancient Zhao's cultivation, he naturally understood that the battle servant had relied on the illusory formation to directly defeat his battle servant. Although his battle servant was by no means weak and had counterattacked at the last moment, under the influence of the illusory formation, his strength was greatly affected. In the end, he should have been able to heavily injure the former, but he himself was heavily injured and defeated. Sorry, I won again. The little tiger laughed. He walked to the pile of qiankuan pouches and brocade boxes with saint herbs in front of him. His eyes lit up, and he kept saying, "Today's luck isn't bad. There are so many saint herbs and saint artifacts. I've struck it rich." Looking at the little tiger, everyone's eyes were red. Everyone reckoned that at this moment, that guy had already won a lot of saintly medicines. A single saintly medicine was enough to tempt even a Saint Beast tier elite, let alone so many saintly medicines, as well as so many saint tools and precious treasures. However, no one dared to snatch it. This was the Baifeng Divine Bird clan, and the battle servant had a long history of gambling. If anyone dared to snatch it, the entire Beast Alliance wouldn't let them off. In the face of such a great temptation, they could only endure it in the Baifeng Divine Bird clan. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to walk out of the Baifeng Divine Bird clan. Come back. That's all for today. The little tiger said to Du Xiaofu. His eyes secretly turned, and he was about to put away the pile of qiankuan pouches and treasures in front of him. Wait. At this moment, Qing Long spoke. He looked at the little tiger and said, "You've been hiding your strength. You've won so much. Let's fight again. It's getting dark. If you want to fight, wait until tomorrow." The little tiger shook his head and refused to fight again. "It won't take long. Otherwise, it won't make sense for you to leave after winning so much," Qing Long said. He looked around and said, "Ask the various clans if they'll let you leave. You can't just leave. You've won against all of us by hiding your strength. How can you just leave? You have to fight again." With Qing Long's call, loud shouts could be heard from the surroundings. The crowd was riled up, and they couldn't bear to see that guy leave after winning so many treasures. The little tiger looked around and didn't want to provoke the crowd. He looked at Qing Long and said, "What do you want? Your battle servant wants to fight again." "That's right. Let's have the last fight," Qing Long said with a faint smile. On his handsome face, there was a pair of dark brown eyes that shone with a charming luster. He saw clearly that the battle servant was severely injured in the illusory array. He was truly at the end of his rope. The pile of treasures and sacred elixirs was practically a treasure trove. He definitely couldn't let it go. The stakes are extraordinarily high now. The little tiger stared at Qing Long and said, "I have 3 sacred fruits, 10 sacred weapons and a portion of ancient dragon's blood. Their value is not lower than a sacred fruit. I have many other treasures as well. You can take as many as you want. You can check them. Moreover, I must have your battle servant. Qin Long took out a few Qinquan bags. Oh gosh! Qin Long has so many treasures with him. As soon as Qin Long's voice fell, everyone was dumbfounded. Qin Long actually carried so many treasures with him. I heard that Qin Long encountered a relic on his way here and obtained many treasures. These sacred elixirs and sacred weapons might have been obtained from the relic. Someone seemed to know something and pointed out some clues. Qin Long had obtained a great opportunity on his way here. Otherwise, no one would bring out so many treasures. Even Qin Long wouldn't dare to do so. Alright. However, if you want to fight, you have to abide by my rules. I will bet on you and everyone around you, including the battle servants' Qinquan bags. If you win, everything in front of me will be yours. If you lose, this will be the last round, and I'll leave with the treasures. Little Tiger stared at Qin Long with a serious expression in his deep, dark eyes. His gaze flickered with uncertainty. Alright, no problem. Qin Long nodded. When he saw the flickering expression in the little tiger's eyes, he felt that the battle servant was truly at the end of his rope. However, Qin Long didn't want to miss the opportunity to subdue such a dual cultivation battle servant who was also an array talisman master. Take out your Qinquan bags. When the time comes, I will give you all the treasures in your Qinquan bags. Qin Long turned around and said to the kings behind him. Of course, we will support brother Qin Long. The beast kings that followed Qin Long were overjoyed. They took out all their Qinquan bags and tossed them in front of Little Tiger one after another. Boom! At the same time, the void vibrated for no reason. A tall but extremely thin figure walked out from behind Qin Long. The figure was a little strange. He was wearing a long robe that fluttered in the wind like a long skirt. A terrifying aura emanated from his body. The person's face couldn't be seen clearly as the robe covered half of his head. As the figure took a few steps forward, it was as if the ground beneath his feet had shrunk into an inch. As he walked into the arena, the hood that covered his head was also lifted by the withered hand, revealing a sharp face. His eyes emitted a frightening cold light, and his face was withered and pale like a zombie. There were even a few long scars on his face. Old Man Een Dragon. Oh my God, it's Old Man Een Dragon. Old Man Een Dragon of the 8 Desolation Monster Dragon Tribe. It's actually this guy. When the person appeared, the surrounding gazes trembled. Who is this battle servant? Some of the younger kings were surprised as they didn't know Old Man Een Dragon. This person almost won the title of the strongest battle servant in the last Beast Alliance meeting. He has always been the top battle servant of the 8 Desolation Monster Dragon Tribe. After so many years, his strength should have improved a lot. An older generation of kings informed them of Old Man Een Dragon's identity. This doesn't seem to be against the rules. A young king whispered. According to the unwritten rules, the battle servant duels were usually between the younger generation. Battle servants who had cultivated for thousands of years or even longer were not allowed to participate. Don't talk nonsense. Some kings immediately whispered. Old Man Een Dragon had won so much and angered everyone. Coupled with Qin Long's identity, no one cared about this at this moment. Anyway, it was only an unwritten rule that didn't explicitly state it. Qin Long's eyes were mesmerizing as he smiled. Old Man Een Dragon's strength was enough to win. He had won a pile of sacred herbs and sacred weapons effortlessly. The harvest was even greater than exploring an ancient ruin. There was no need to worry about the great danger involved. Bastard! Zhan Lan, Xiao Gu, Xian Tu, and the others had rather displeased expressions. In the end, Qin Long had actually taken advantage of them. Qin Long must have purposely allowed Old Man Een Dragon to hide and only attacked at the end. Kid, let's end this. Old Man Een Dragon didn't delay and attacked directly. Old Man Een Dragon had already seen Du Xiaofu and naturally wouldn't be polite. He formed a hand seal and stretched out his hand. A claw mark tore through the void and instantly extended towards Du Xiaofu. Qi La, when such a claw mark swept out, the void was directly distorted like a fried dough twist. A wave of resplendent talisman runes rushed out like a wave. In the end, it condensed into the shadow of a dragon that rushed out with a roar, causing people to tremble. AO. The claw mark tore through the void like a dragon galloping. Dragon runes fluctuated, accompanied by dragon might. Rumble, the terrifying aura above the claw mark caused the world to tremble and rumble. There was a deafening dragon roar. The scene was shocking and terrifying. At this moment, Old Man Een Dragon didn't hold back his aura and swept out like a raging tide. He's almost at the peak of the Overlord realm. Old Man Een Dragon is so strong. When Old Man Een Dragon attacked, everyone exclaimed. Old Man Een Dragon was far more powerful than Xiao Gu's battle servant. At this moment, no one thought that the mysterious battle servant could still win. Old Man Een Dragon was just too strong. The claw mark tore through the void like a dragon claw and instantly swept towards Old Man Een Dragon. It was as if space was being torn apart, capable of destroying everything. Under such a claw mark, some people even thought that the mysterious battle servant was at the end of his tether and wouldn't be able to take a single blow. Only Little Tiger, Ouyang Shuang, Dai Xingyu, Qing Luan and Xiao Qing weren't worried at all. Even Little Tiger was no longer solemn and had a smile on his face. Qin Long was full of confidence. The opportunity had finally arrived. The harvest this time was probably enough for him to take another step forward and have hope of stepping into the Saint Realm. Things don't look good. Suddenly, Qin Long looked at Little Tiger and the others. When he saw the relaxed expressions of the Little Tiger and the others without any worry, he felt a little uneasy. The smiles of those fellows caused Qin Long to feel an indescribable sense of unease in his heart. Everything happened very quickly. Du Xiaofu attacked. In the face of such a claw mark, Du Xiaofu stomped his foot on the ground of the square. An extremely ferocious aura soared into the sky at this moment. The ground of the square, which was reinforced by the seal, cracked continuously from the soles of his feet. Boom! At this moment, Du Xiaofu shook his arm and fiercely punched the claw mark that tore through the void. The mysterious runes of the talisman before the punch exploded. Qi waves rumbled like the stampede of 10,000 beasts. It was extremely terrifying and terrifying. At this moment, Du Xiaofu no longer looked weak. He had clearly climbed to the peak and his aura had reached a huge level. Boom! With a loud explosion, Qi waves surged into the sky. The mysterious runes of the talisman shattered like a tide. The muffled sound was deafening and made everyone tremble with fear. The fist and the claw collided, causing the surrounding void to explode. The terrifying Qi waves tore through a large area of the void as if they were going to shatter the world. At this moment, Qin Long's heart trembled violently. Pfft! In just a short moment, under everyone's gaze, Old Man Een Long spat out a mouthful of blood. His skinny body flew backward like a kite that had broken its string. He crashed into the square 100 feet away, causing the square to tremble. Old Man Een Long was dripping with blood. His right hand was badly mangled. It was a withered palm that had been shattered by the punch. Pfft! Old Man Een Long wanted to get up, but he spat out another mouthful of blood and fainted. Old Man Een Long had been defeated in one move. Qin Long's eyes trembled and his feet trembled. He almost retreated. There were 3 saint fruits in his Qinkuan bag. There was also the blood essence of the ancient dragons, which was what Qin Long valued the most. The blood essence of the ancient dragons was what he urgently needed to improve his bloodline. But now, he had lost in the blink of an eye. The whole square was silent. Everyone was dumbfounded and could not recover from their shock for a long time. The middle-aged battle servant from the Baifeng Divine Bird clan had closed his eyes. When he sensed the silence around him, he slowly opened his eyes. When he saw the commotion in the square, a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. He could not help but exclaim, we won again. It took a long time for the people around to recover from their shock. Some people wiped their eyes as if they could not believe what had happened. One move, another move. Old man Yin Long had been defeated in one move. How terrifying was that? Few gasps could be heard one after another. This was too unbelievable. The mysterious battle servant had won again. Zhan Lan, Xian Tu, Xiao Gu and the others were also shocked. They had thought that Qing Long was going to have an advantage. Who would have thought that old man Yin Long would be defeated in one move? Unable to withstand a single blow. Bastard, you tricked me. After a short silence, Qing Long could no longer remain calm. He glared at the little tiger and shouted. At this moment, no matter how stupid Qing Long was, he understood that this was a trap, a huge trap. That guy had been luring him to take the final bait. He had deliberately shown that he did not want to continue the battle and pretended to be in a difficult position. Even in the illusion array, he had deliberately pretended that he had been severely injured by Xiao Gu's battle servant. Everything was to lure him into this huge trap. Qing Long thought that victory was in his hands, but in the end, he had lost everything he had. A bet is a bet. A loss is a loss. Do you want to go back on your word? The little tiger stared at Qing Long, his dark eyes emitting a domineering light. Then, he raised his head slightly and looked at the void to one side. Under the cover of the sunset, his voice sounded, Your Excellency, you have been watching for so long. It's time to come out. Let's have the final battle. Only your battle servant is qualified to have a real battle with my battle servant. When the little tiger said this, everyone's eyes suddenly turned to the little tiger. The sunset covered half the sky, but there was no figure on the towering city tower. But at this moment, only Xiao Gu, Qing Long, Xian Tu, Zhan Lan and the others were shocked. 2 chapters combined into one. There was a mistake in the previous chapter. Du Xiaofu should have pretended to be a 9-star domain talisman master, not a 9-star main domain talisman master. I'll correct it here. Xiao Yu apologizes for affecting the reading. Some readers say that these chapters are too long. Everyone, bear with it for 2 more chapters. It's mainly to pave the way for the next few chapters. There will be a hot-blooded plot soon. Xiao Yu, continue to write. I'll update it around midnight. Chapter 2295. Qi La, the sound of wind breaking resounded in the void as 2 figures flew out from the towering city tower. With just a flash, 2 figures landed on the field. They were 2 young men. When everyone's eyes fell on the young man in front, they suddenly trembled. The surrounding demonic beast kings also lowered their heads silently, not daring to look directly at him. Even Qing Long, Zhan Lan, Xiao Gu, and Xian Tu lowered their heads respectfully when they saw the young man at the front. The young man in the lead had a slender figure. He had bright eyes and white teeth. His thin lips were as red as blood. His handsome face gave people a feeling of elegance, danger, and a little seductiveness. His aura was complicated and noble. As for the young man following beside him, he also had an extraordinary appearance. He wore a battle robe, had a valiant appearance, and had long hair that draped over his shoulders. His eyes were like stars. Luo Shang. A woman in the crowd couldn't help but voice out. The young man at the front caused all the gazes in the stadium to be thrown over. For no reason, the atmosphere of the entire stadium froze. Du Xiaofu's gaze also landed on the young man at the front. From his name, he knew the identity of this person. Luo Shang was ranked second among the top 10 experts of the younger generation in the Beast Alliance. She was the paragon of the distant Sky Flame Phoenix clan. Du Xiaofu informed the little tiger about Luo Shang's existence through telepathy. Luo Shang had been paying attention to them all this while. Although she had concealed her aura, she could not escape Du Xiaofu's detection. Not below Dugu Fenshin and Dongli Ruoshu. This was Du Xiaofu's evaluation of Luo Shang. Her aura was so well hidden that it was hard to detect. It wasn't that Du Xiaofu couldn't detect it, but he didn't dare to do so in the Baifeng Divine Bird tribe. Luo Shang landed on the field and glanced at Du Xiaofu. Then, she looked at the little tiger and said, "I didn't expect the Dark Heavenly Tiger clan to have so many talents." Luo Shang's voice was very pleasant to the ears, like a beautiful piece of music. He could feel the aura of the Dark Heavenly Tiger clan hidden in the little tiger's body. However, when they heard Luo Shang's words, they were as shocked as when Du Xiaofu had defeated Old Man Ying Dragon. Dark Heavenly Tiger, he's from the Dark Heavenly Tiger clan. Numerous gazes landed on the little tiger. The background of the Dark Heavenly Tiger clan was too great. Many people were secretly trembling. No wonder he had such a terrifying battle servant. It turned out that the black-robed young man was from the Dark Heavenly Tiger clan. Zhan Lan, Xian Tu, and Xiao Gu also paled. So that guy was from the Dark Sky Tiger race. But strangely, they had never seen such a cunning guy before. Cut the crap. Only your battle servant has the right to fight with my battle servant. Do you want to make a bet? I'll accept as much as you want. If you don't dare, then forget it, little tiger said casually as he waved his sleeves. Your provocation doesn't work on me. Did Hu Pao ask you to test me? Luo Shang looked at little tiger. Her silky red hair flowed down like silk and her seductive red eyes revealed a faint smile. She paused for a moment, then said to little tiger, "But I'll fulfill your wish, and I'll fulfill Hu Pao's wish." When her pleasant voice fell, a cosmos sac appeared in Luo Shang's slender white hands. She continued, "I've been training in the ancient lands for the past 3 years. I've gained a lot. 3 saint fruits, 2 sacred herbs, 3 Archean sacred artifacts, and 6 portions of Beast Clan experts' blood essences from the Archean era. It's enough to compare to everything in front of you." As she spoke, Luo Shang threw the cosmos sack in her hands onto the pile of cosmos sacks in front of little tiger and said, "You can check it first." Oh my god! Lord Luo Shang actually has so many treasures on her. Everyone's eyes were red as they stared fixedly at Luo Shang's cosmos sack. 3 saint fruits, 2 sacred herbs, 3 Archean sacred artifacts, and 6 portions of Beast Clan experts' blood essences from the Archean era. Any one of them was enough to attract the attention of a sacred beast realm expert. 3 Archean sacred artifacts, 6 portions of Beast Clan experts' blood essences from the Archean era. Their value would not be less than that of a sacred herb. It was indeed more valuable than the pile of treasures in front of little tiger. Qin Long's expression changed. He had originally thought that he had already obtained enough treasures from the ancient lands. However, he had not expected Luo Shang to have gained so much in the past 3 years of training in the ancient lands. It seemed that she had explored many dangerous places. Ouyang Shuang, Qing Wan, Xiao Qing, Dai Xingyu, and the others were so shocked that they could not stop gaping. The demonic beasts inside the ancient lands actually had so many treasures on them. Even the vast land of the 3 continents, Kyushu region in the outside world could not be compared to the demonic beasts inside the ancient lands. It was no wonder that the demonic beasts inside the ancient lands had much more time to cultivate compared to the outside world. The resources for cultivation were much more abundant. The middle-aged battle servant from the Baifeng Divine Bird clan and the other battle servants were shocked speechless when they saw the bets that had doubled. There's no need to check. You're so good-looking, I'll believe you no matter what you say. Little tiger could not contain his excitement. 3 saint fruits, 2 sacred herbs, 3 Archean sacred artifacts, and 6 portions of Beast Clan experts' blood essences from the Archean era. He had really struck it rich today. Then let's begin, Luo Shang said faintly. Let's begin. Little Tiger nodded. He could not wait to begin and end as soon as possible so that he could keep all the treasures in his bag as soon as possible. Go, the opponent is very strong. There's no need to stay behind. Luo Shang said to the battle servant in battle robes behind her. Yes. The battle servant in battle robes nodded. There was a flash of light under his feet and his figure disappeared from the spot. In the next instant, the many living beings in the square noticed that the battle servant in battle robes had arrived in the middle of the square and was facing Du Xiaofu from afar. The battle servant was tall and straight. His battle robes were majestic, and his long hair was loose. He gave off a majestic and unapproachable feeling. In terms of aura, he had already suppressed Du Xiaofu. Make your move. It's not the nature of a man to keep hiding. The battle servant in battle robes spoke. His voice was magnetic and could penetrate the void. When it landed in the ears of the living beings, it caused their eardrums to ring. You're already a battle servant. How can you still talk about being a man? Du Xiaofu said as he looked at the battle servant in battle robes. Such a battle servant was extraordinary. Du Xiaofu could easily tell that this battle servant was a nirvana supremacy with his primordial spirit. A nirvana supremacy had actually become a battle servant here. Du Xiaofu felt that it was a pity. I asked you to make a move, but you refused. Then I'll do it. The expression in the battle servant's eyes changed. Du Xiaofu's words had undoubtedly stimulated him slightly. Boom! As soon as the battle servant spoke, the ground and the surroundings rumbled while space warped, and it formed a terrifying area of frozen space. The former didn't waste any time. He formed a seal with his hand, and talisman markings sprayed out from his palm. A palm seal condensed, and it seemed to have transformed into a 5-fingered mountain that descended from the sky and crushed down towards Du Xiaofu. Boom! The square seemed to have been confined beneath the palm seal. Divine radiance fluctuated in a dazzling, resplendent manner, and the pressure it gave off caused the hearts of the living beings in the surroundings to tremble with fear. Boom! But in an instant, a muffled explosion resounded. The palm seal that was like a 5-fingered mountain exploded, and the talisman markings shattered. Du Xiaofu's figure appeared and he raised his fist. It was his fist that had shattered the battle servant's palm seal. He's so powerful. This is his true strength. Many demonic beast experts were stunned. Luo Shang's battle servant was too powerful, but the mysterious battle servant was still able to contend against him. This was his true strength. The battle servant's expression also changed slightly. Suddenly, mysterious talismans covered his body and activated a kind of powerful martial vein. It covered the battle robe, as if it had fused with the battle robe. In the end, it turned into a divine armor. Even his head was covered, only his bright eyes could be seen. Rumble. The heavenly music continued, and 3 divine rings appeared above the battle servant's head at the same time. They were dazzling, like inextinguishable divine flames, and merged with the aura on his body. At that moment, the battle servant was like a deity in the sky. How powerful was he? The aura on his body rose to the peak, and he was at the nirvana realm. A sovereign, this is a sovereign. Lord Luo Shang's battle servant is also a sovereign. This is a sovereign battle servant. It's too shocking. A sovereign battle servant. The entire place was in an uproar. Everyone's eyes were trembling. This was a sovereign battle servant. Luo Shang was a sovereign genius, and she was ranked second among the younger generation of the Beast Alliance. Her battle servant was so powerful that they were all sovereigns. Luo Shang was still calm, and a faint smile appeared on his handsome face. His complicated temperament had a slight charm to it, but it was enough to attract the gazes of all the women present. Zhan Lan, Qing Long, Xian Tu, and Xiao Gu's expressions changed. They also wanted to compete for the battle servant at the Beast Alliance meeting. They had originally thought that their battle servants were not bad, but now it seemed that their battle servants could not be compared to Luo Shang. They were not on the same level. Oh no, that battle servant will definitely lose. He can't win against Lord Luo Shang's battle servant. The surrounding Beast Clan experts whispered in shock. No matter what, the mysterious battle servant was going to be stopped. Rumble. The sovereign battle servant did not delay and continued to attack. His martial vein and sovereign strength were at the same time, forming a fist that exploded. Gulp. Before the fist, there seemed to be the cry of a phoenix that shook the heavens and the earth, causing many Beast Clan kings to tremble. It was a terrifying pressure that was hard to resist. That's the ancient Phoenix Fist, the ultimate move of the remote Sky Flame Phoenix clan. Some Beast Clan experts exclaimed. The ancient Phoenix Fist was the ultimate move of the remote Sky Flame Phoenix clan. They did not expect a battle servant to have comprehended it. However, the surrounding gazes quickly became shocked and relieved. It was likely that such a supreme battle servant possessed an extremely high status within the remote Sky Flame Phoenix tribe. It was not surprising that he was able to comprehend the ultimate technique of the remote Sky Flame Phoenix tribe. When the sovereign battle servant's fist landed, it was as if a huge heavenly phoenix shadow had spread its wings and swept out. The blazing aura covered the heavens and earth, filling the void and covering the sun. The aura was so strong that it was unimaginable. Du Xiaofu was tempted, but it wasn't because of this supreme battle servant. Such a sovereign battle servant was indeed extraordinary. However, even if they were at the same level, Du Xiaofu would not pay much attention to it, let alone now. Du Xiaofu had secretly moved because he had sensed many obscure auras. Among them, there were the auras of Saint Beast Realm experts. They were secretly spying on him. If he attacked too strongly, he would undoubtedly expose himself. Therefore, Du Xiaofu could not deal with it quickly. He could only continue to tangle with it. He controlled his strength and instantly formed a symbol array to avoid the ancient Phoenix Fist. The sovereign battle servant was trapped in the symbol array. His aura erupted, and his sovereign strength was vast and mighty, shaking off the symbol array. Du Xiaofu formed another symbol array and arranged it in succession. The sovereign battle servant's expression changed again. He did not expect that even after fusing his martial vein and sovereign strength, he still could not deal with the sovereign battle servant in front of him. This sovereign battle servant was very strong. Every move he made was vast and mighty, shaking the heavens and earth. The surrounding creatures were all frightened. Du Xiaofu was in a difficult situation. He relied on the advantage of the symbol array to stall for time. This made many people look at him in a new light. It was definitely not simple to be able to continuously arrange symbol arrays. After a while, the sovereign battle servant's state of mind was affected. He began to attack fiercely. Mysterious symbols flooded the void, and muffled rumbling sounds could be heard. He wanted to directly suppress Du Xiaofu and did not want to waste any more time. Du Xiaofu could not avoid it. He could only collide with it. He kept retreating and staggered back. Bang, 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 the earth shook, and the ground on the square was torn apart. The void trembled, and shocking energy collided with resplendent light. That guy took a lot of elixirs. Someone was surprised to see that Du Xiaofu was constantly swallowing large amounts of elixirs during the battle. He seemed to be recovering, and it seemed like he was relying on elixirs to keep himself from collapsing. At the beginning, everyone thought that Du Xiaofu would not be able to last much longer. However, towards the end, some of the demonic beast experts could slowly sense that the sovereign battle servant was beginning to weaken. That ferocious attack was exhausting too much of his energy. It's time to end this. My true strength is at the Overlord realm. Finally, Du Xiaofu roared. His aura instantly rose, and he stepped into the Overlord realm. No one was surprised by Du Xiaofu's Overlord realm aura. Gu Zhao's Overlord realm battle servant and Old Man Yin Dragon had both been defeated. This mysterious battle servant was naturally at the Overlord realm as well. You're worthy of being a sovereign to be able to make me use my trump card. Du Xiaofu roared on purpose. He formed a seal with his hands, and strange runes rose. Then, his aura rose at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just 2 short breaths, his aura rose to the peak of the Overlord realm. Du Xiaofu had purposely used the wild dragon 9th heaven to raise his cultivation. That battle servant has a secret technique that can temporarily raise his cultivation. The Overlord realm can raise his cultivation. This secret technique is too shocking. Sensing Du Xiaofu's rising aura, those with sharp eyes exclaimed. This secret technique was not simple. It was very shocking. Fight! As his aura rose, Du Xiaofu's surroundings rumbled continuously. He began to fight head-on, condensing all kinds of demonic beast energy. The demonic beast roared, the earth shook, and the runes shone brightly. At this moment, Luo Shang's eyes also began to shine with a bright light. Bang! 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 The two of them collided continuously, and muffled sounds were like thunder. The two figures passed by each other in the void. Runes intertwined, and light shot into the sky, illuminating the surroundings as if the sun had descended. Finally, after a dozen moves, the sovereign battle servant grew weaker and weaker. This was caused by overexertion. Under everyone's gaze, Du Xiaofu took the opportunity to use a primordial spirit attack, which greatly affected the sovereign battle servant. Bang! 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 Then, Du Xiaofu attacked violently as if he was using his full strength. He used the last of his strength. His attacks could shatter the void, and they landed on the sovereign battle servant's body. There were also primordial spirit attacks that enveloped him. Pft! Pft! The sovereign battle servant spat out blood. The armor formed by the martial veins on his body cracked and dimmed. The divine halo above his head shattered. Lose! Du Xiaofu roared. He used his final move. His fist carried monstrous power, and it fell like a mountain. It landed heavily on the sovereign battle servant's chest, completely shattering his martial soul armor. His red lips cracked, and his body was drenched in blood. Poof! The sovereign battle servant's body plummeted from the void, accompanied by a spray of blood. He smashed into the reinforced ground of the square, causing cracks to appear. Du Xiaofu also landed. His face was extremely pale, and his aura was extremely weak. However, he still stood in the square. His voice was weak as he said, "I won." Everyone was stunned, and their expressions were completely frozen on their faces. The sovereign battle servant was also defeated. Even Xian Tu, Xiao Gu, and the others couldn't help but click their tongues. Gulp! Gulp! Then, the sound of people swallowing their saliva could be heard. They found it unbelievable. The sovereign battle servant had actually been defeated. He had clearly had the upper hand and suppressed the mysterious battle servant. Why had he been defeated in the end? Luo Yang's bewitching eyes flickered, and he looked a little dazed. Swish, the little tiger didn't stand on ceremony. He flicked his sleeve and collected the Qianquan bag and all the treasures in front of him. Today's over. If you want to challenge me again, do so tomorrow, the little tiger said. He was in a good mood. Many burning, blood-red eyes stared at the little tiger. Everyone knew that this guy had a mountain of treasures on him. Archaic sacred weapons and sacred medicines were in the double digits, and sacred weapons were in the triple digits. There were also archaic demon blood essences, half-sacred medicines, and many other treasures. He was definitely a huge treasure trove. But now, everyone knew that the little tiger was from the Dark Heavenly Tiger clan. The Dark Heavenly Tiger clan was a clan that they feared. Not to mention that they were in the Baifeng Divine Bird clan's territory. Even if they were outside, they wouldn't dare to openly rob him. Ouyang Shuang and Dai Xingyu understood this and went to Du Xiaofu's side. They supported the seemingly extremely weak Du Xiaofu and left with the little tiger amidst the heated uproar of the crowd. The Baifeng Divine Bird clan's battle servants recovered from their deep shock and immediately followed closely behind. "Let's go, haha," the little tiger swaggered. Since everyone thought that he was from the Dark Heavenly Tiger clan, he might as well swagger a little. Otherwise, he wouldn't look like one. Around the square, numerous figures watched as little tiger left. Their gazes were filled with complicated emotions. Chapter 2296. The monster kings who had lost everything, as well as Zhanlan, Xiao Gu, Qin Long, and Xian Tu, were all secretly vomiting blood. They had been tricked from the beginning to the end and there was nothing they could do. "We can't let that guy go," Qin Long said in a low voice. This was definitely not over. They couldn't just let this go. Under the cover of the sunset, Xiao Yao stood in the attic with an alluring figure. Her eyes were filled with ripples. She knew that she couldn't get that battle servant. As the sun set, the western mountains emitted an incomparably resplendent glow. Half of the sky was dyed a deep red, as if it was a vast red ocean, magnificent and magnificent. The courtyard on the mountain was shrouded in rays of light. We're rich now." In the courtyard, little tiger was excited. He took out all his Qiankuan bags and treasures. He had made a fortune this time. It was probably more than what he had gotten from the ruins. Du Xiaofu also had a smile on his face. The original paleness and weakness had disappeared. In the beginning, he just wanted to get some cultivation techniques and martial techniques. If he could get a sacred medicine and a few sacred weapons, it would be good enough. He didn't expect to get such an amazing harvest in the end. Secretly releasing his mind, Du Xiaofu peeked into the Qiankuan bags. There were indeed amazing sacred medicines and treasures. Luo Shang, Qin Long, and Xiao Gu didn't cheat him. This matter won't end here. It will cause a lot of trouble. But then, Du Xiaofu put away all the Qiankuan bags and treasures. He frowned and pondered. Du Xiaofu was very clear about the consequences of such a large number of treasures. Not to mention Qin Long, Xiao Gu, Xian Tu, Zhanlan, and the other experts behind them would not let this matter rest. Once the news spread out, it was enough to cause any Saint Realm cultivator to secretly take action. The temptation was too great. Even a Saint Realm cultivator couldn't resist. "What should we do now? I don't know how little Qin is doing now," Ouyang Shuang said. "Act according to the situation," Du Xiaofu said. No matter what, this batch of treasures was in his hands. It wouldn't be easy to take them away from him. "I need to see Little Blue as soon as possible," Du Xiaofu muttered. He needed to see little Qin before he could decide what to do next. The commotion this time wasn't small. Du Xiaofu was worried that it would make it easy for people with ulterior motives to think that Lu Yu had been killed. Perhaps his identity would be exposed, and when that happened, it would cause great waves. "Someone's here to blackmail us." Bai Ruyan. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu's eyes moved. Someone was coming over. He felt a familiar aura. Bai Ruyan and Bai Ruyan were among them. After that, Du Xiaofu maintained his pale face and weak aura. He walked out with the little tiger and saw Lao Qi, Bai Ruyan, and the others in the courtyard. Du Xiaofu secretly sized up a black-clothed young man. This black-clothed young man appeared to be in his 30s. His slightly tight-fitting black clothes completely revealed his perfect figure. His jet-black long hair was draped over his shoulders. On his dignified face, however, was a pair of clear and bright eyes. The black-clothed young man had a straight nose. Under the illumination of the sunset, he exuded a suffocating aura. His black robe fluttered slightly, as if he was a human-shaped tiger that was about to pounce. When the black-clothed young man appeared, Little Tiger's eyes suddenly trembled violently. Its body trembled involuntarily, and the blood in its body boiled as if it was about to start burning. "So it's you." The black-clothed young man's pitch-black eyes immediately fell on Little Tiger as he uttered these words. "You're from the dark heavenly tiger clan," Little Tiger said. Black runes flickered in its pitch-black eyes. That was the blood of the dark heavenly tiger clan boiling in its body. Little Tiger immediately sensed the other party's identity. It was a true member of the dark heavenly tiger clan. "Don't suppress it. Let me see your bloodline." The black-clothed young man looked at Little Tiger. His eyes glowed. At the same time, he formed a hand seal and set up a restrictive seal around them. A wave of black runes, as black as ink, flew directly into the space between Little Tiger's eyebrows and disappeared. In the next instant, Little Tiger's body glowed with a dazzling light. Black talisman patterns soared into the sky and condensed into a black flying tiger phantom that was several feet in size. Its body was densely covered in scales that were as black as ink cast from the deep night sky, but there was also a deep golden color that faintly leaped about. The tiger's claws formed clouds and talisman patterns spread out. In particular, its pair of wings were wrapped in golden talisman patterns and emitted a domineering and intimidating aura that could cause mountains to collapse and the earth to split. Roar! The tiger's roar was deafening, causing one's primordial spirit to tremble. It was like the roar of a supreme beast that could move mountains and rivers. The shadow of the flying tiger entrenched itself behind Little Tiger. It emitted dazzling black runes. Although it was just a shadow, it was as oppressive as a mountain. It glared covetously, and its aura was powerful enough to suppress all beasts. When the black-clothed young man saw the flying tiger, he could not hide the shock on his face. "What's up with your wings? Why do you have the aura of another beast on your body?" Then, the black-clothed young man looked at Little Tiger and asked. A true dark heavenly tiger did not have wings, but the dark heavenly tiger bloodline in Little Tiger's body was very rich. "I originally had the body of a king-scaled demonic tiger. I was born with atavism. I accidentally obtained the blood essence of the dark heavenly tiger and another type of demonic beast. That's how I became like this." The shadow of the flying tiger behind Little Tiger dissipated as it explained to the black-clothed young man. It hid the blood of the golden-winged rock that it had obtained from Du Xiaofu. "I see." The black-clothed young man's eyes trembled. He knew that Little Tiger was not lying, but he still could not calm down. He looked at Little Tiger and said, "I know that you came from the outside world. You have atavism. No matter what, you are undoubtedly of the bloodline of the dark heavenly tiger clan. Are you willing to return to the clan with me? Your bloodline is very strange. I can't say much to you, but I believe that the experts in the clan will value you." This, Little Tiger was surprised. It subconsciously looked at Du Xiaofu. As a member of the tiger clan, it was definitely Little Tiger's dream to have the opportunity to enter the dark heavenly tiger clan. "Don't worry. You will only benefit greatly if you enter the dark heavenly tiger clan," Bai Ruyan said to Little Tiger. Du Xiaofu was secretly moved. Little Tiger had the bloodline of the dark heavenly tiger, but it was not a true dark heavenly tiger. If it could enter the dark heavenly tiger clan, it would be a great opportunity. It could not be missed. "Little Tiger, go. This is a great opportunity." Du Xiaofu transmitted his voice to Little Tiger. Judging from the black-clothed young man's attitude, Little Tiger would not be in any danger if it entered the dark heavenly tiger clan. This was an opportunity that Little Tiger could not afford to miss out on. Little Tiger's eyes moved. It then looked up at the black-clothed young man and said, "Can you give me some time to think about it before making a decision?" "Of course. Anyway, I will stay here." After the Tao Beast Alliance meeting, you killed a member of the four-winged demonic snake clan today. Given the four-winged demonic snake clan's character, they will not let this matter rest. You better give me a decision soon. As long as you are in the Dark Heavenly Tiger clan, the four-winged demonic snake clan will not be able to do anything, the black-clothed young man said to Little Tiger. I understand. Little Tiger nodded. Were you the one who won against Luo Shang, Qing Long, Xiao Gu, Xian Tu and the rest? After that, the black-clothed young man looked at Little Tiger and asked. Finally, his gaze fell on Du Xiaofu and he sized him up curiously. There were some fluctuations in his dark eyes. He had already received news that Luo Shang's sovereign battle servant had also been defeated. This was definitely not an ordinary battle servant. That's right. Little Tiger nodded. Anyway, everyone knew about this. Treasures that you have won are enough to attract the attention of Sacred Beast Realm experts. You must be careful. It's best to be with me as soon as possible. The black-clothed young man turned his gaze back to Little Tiger and said, You can rest assured that I am not interested in anything that you have. The clan will not ask you to hand it over. Your battle servant was able to win a great victory for the Dark Heavenly Tiger clan. With me around, Luo Shang will not be able to find trouble with you. Thank you. Little Tiger thanked him. He had already guessed the young man's identity. Sensing the young man's aura, he was not even afraid of Luo Shang. Other than Hu Pao, who was ranked in the top 3 among the younger generation in the Beast Alliance, he could not be anyone else. I will make a move first. I need to inform the experts in the clan to come over as soon as possible. I am afraid that something will happen here. After that, Hu Pao said to Xie Cheng, he put away the prohibition seal that he had set up and flew away. You have caused quite a commotion today. Qing Long, Zhan Lan and the rest have suffered a great loss. I am afraid that they will not take this lying down. As Hu Pao left, Bai Ruiyan spoke. She looked at Little Tiger, Du Xiaofu and the rest and gasped. They had already known everything that had happened. Without thinking, they knew that Little Tiger and the rest had caused Qing Long, Luo Shang and the rest to suffer. Looking at Du Xiaofu, Bai Ruiyan and Xie Cheng could not hide their shock. Such a battle servant was so powerful that he had defeated Luo Shang's sovereign battle servant. Humph, if those guys are sore losers and dare to look for trouble, then I will teach them a lesson. Qing Wan Xiaoqing was not afraid at all. Qing Long and Luo Shang were no match for brother Xiaofu. Hearing Qing Wan Xiaoqing's words, Bai Ruiyan and Xie Cheng could only smile bitterly. Both of you, where is Xiaoqing? Little Tiger asked. At that moment, everyone wanted to know about Xiaoqing's situation. We are here for this matter. Let's talk inside. Hearing that, Xie Cheng and Bai Ruiyan looked serious. Apart from informing the Dark Heavenly Tiger clan of Little Tiger's identity, they were also here for Xiaoqing. After a while, in the courtyard hall, Little Tiger, Qing Wan Xiaoqing and Du Xiaofu were seated. Ouyang Shuang and Dai Xingyu stood at the side. This matter is very complicated and has shocked all of us. Bai Ruiyan looked at Little Tiger and Qing Wan Xiaoqing and said, Xiaoqing is indeed a pure-blooded descendant of our clan and her status is extremely high. According to seniority, even our clan leader has to address her as ancestor. What? Hearing that, Little Tiger and Qing Wan Xiaoqing were stunned. Du Xiaofu, Ouyang Shuang and Dai Xingyu were also very surprised. This matter is very important and we don't know much about it. We only know from the clan and a few clan elders that ancestor Xiaoqing encountered great danger many years ago when she was still in the sacred egg and had yet to hatch. As a result, she was lost in the outside world. After a long time, very few people in the clan knew about this matter. However, the clan never gave up the hope of finding her. We hoped that one day, when the crack in the outside world opened, she would be able to return to the clan and acknowledge her ancestors. This time, she actually came back. Xie Cheng looked very excited as he spoke. He also did not expect Shao Qing's identity to be at the level of an ancestor in the clan. How can you determine Shao Qing's identity? Du Xiaofu asked. He was a little surprised. Back then, Shao Qing came from the nameless demonic beast's corpse, and the dark heavenly tiger's blood essence was refined from the nameless demonic beast's corpse. Could it be related to the dark heavenly tiger clan? When did Shao Qing appear in the outside world? Only 2 cracks had appeared in the ancient desolate ominous ground. The second time was before the great tribulation of heaven and earth. Even if Shao Qing appeared in the outside world for the second time, it was still a long time ago. All of this caused Du Xiaofu to feel a little puzzled. Bai Ruyan and Xie Cheng looked at Du Xiaofu. Battle servants were not qualified to speak. With their identity, they did not need to care. Shao Qing has fused with a drop of our clan's ancestral blood. According to our clan's elders, the ancestral blood was left behind by Shao Qing's father. Only Shao Qing can truly fuse with the ancestral blood. This also completely proves Shao Qing's identity. She is an ancestor of our clan who went to the outside world. Due to a coincidence, she recently awakened in the outside world. Bai Ruyan said. She knew that the battle servant in front of her was definitely not ordinary, so she told Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu was secretly moved. If what Bai Ruyan said was true, he did not expect Shao Qing to have such an identity. Where is Sister Shao Qing now? Shao Qing asked. She is fusing with the ancestral blood. She has been taken away by the clan's saint ancestor. She should be very safe. However, it will take some time before she can completely fuse with the ancestral blood. This is also a great opportunity. Xie Qing said. He clearly knew what fusing with the ancestral blood meant. We're here to inform you that you can stay in our clan for a period of time, Bai Ruyan said, her gaze intentionally or unintentionally landing on Du Xiaofu. The sky had already turned dark. Xie Cheng and Bai Ruyan then left. What should we do now? After Xie Cheng and Bai Ruyan left, Ouyang Shuang said to Du Xiaofu. They did not know when Shao Qing would be able to fuse with the ancestral blood. If she did not fuse with the ancestral blood before the ancient desolate ominous grounds closed, it would be unknown how many years it would take for her to come back here again. Let's leave quickly. This is not a place to stay for long. Shao Qing will not be in danger here for the time being. There is no harm in it. After pondering for a while, Du Xiaofu said. It was a great opportunity for Shao Qing to stay here. Looking at Xie Cheng's expression, it seemed that fusing with the ancestral blood would bring great benefits to Shao Qing. Now, Du Xiaofu hoped that Shao Qing would be able to fuse with the ancestral blood before the ancient desolate ominous grounds closed. As for himself and the others, Du Xiaofu knew that they had to leave as soon as possible. This was the Beast Alliance. Once his identity was exposed, it would cause a great commotion. At that time, even the Baifeng Divine Bird clan would not let him go. Little Tiger, you should go to the Dark Heavenly Tiger clan. After that, Du Xiaofu looked at Little Tiger and said. Little Tiger seemed to be worried about something when he told Hu Pao that he needed time to think about it. Third young master, if I go, what will you do? Will you go with me? Little Tiger asked. It was not that he did not want to go to the Dark Heavenly Tiger clan, but he was worried about what the third young master would do if he went. Compared to that, he wanted to stay by the third young master's side more. I can't go, but you have to go back. This is your opportunity. We will meet again in the future. At that time, I hope that you can transform again. Du Xiaofu said to Little Tiger seriously. But once your identity is exposed, it will be very dangerous. Little Tiger said. He was worried. With your strength, you will only be a burden to me. If you can transform again, we might have the chance to fight side by side when we meet again, just like before. Du Xiaofu smiled and patted Little Tiger's shoulder. All these years, Little Tiger was not only his mount, but also his family. Little Tiger's eyes trembled. He recalled the time in the dark forest and the savage beast mountain range. At that time, he could fight side by side with the third young master. What kind of scene was that? They could defeat tens of thousands of enemies and pass through the enemy as if there was no one around. But later, as the third young master's strength became stronger, he fell behind and could not keep up with the third young master's footsteps. Okay, I will go to the Dark Heavenly Tiger clan. When I have the chance to improve and transform again, I will look for the third young master. Little Tiger nodded. His eyes were filled with dark runes and a fierce aura fluctuated. He longed to transform again. He longed for the day when he could fight side by side with the third young master again and defeat all enemies. Tomorrow, Little Tiger will look for Hu Pao. We will think of a way to leave this place. Du Xiaofu said and made a decision. This was not a place where he could stay for long. After a while, in the room, the night sky was projected from the window, leaving behind a mottled shadow of the moon. Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged and looked out of the window. His thoughts were in a mess. He was worried about his drunkard father, Du Xiaoyao, Little Xingxing, Zhen Qingchun, Yi Piaoling, and the others. It had been a few days since they entered the ancient wilderness fearsome ground. Thinking about the harvest during this period, Du Xiaofu could not help but feel happy. Especially the harvest today, which was even more amazing. Then, Du Xiaofu formed a hand seal and closed his eyes slightly. He continued to immerse himself in the comprehension of the three sword techniques. Du Xiaofu wanted to thoroughly comprehend the three sword techniques and understand the mysteries within. At night, the moon was like flowing water, illuminating the forest. There were many figures standing in the valley, and their auras were quite extraordinary. At the top of the valley, there were three silhouettes. Under the moonlight, their figures flickered. The one in front was an old man in a red robe. His long hair was combed behind his head, and there was a blood-red strand of hair in the middle that was particularly eye-catching. Beside the old man in a red robe, there was an old man in a golden robe and a white-haired old woman. When the three of them appeared at the top of the valley, the surrounding void quietly froze. Many figures below were silent and did not dare to speak. They stood respectfully. Swoosh swoosh, after a while, several figures broke through the void and appeared. Greetings, Divine Ancestor. The figures landed in the valley and bowed to the three figures. Someone said, Divine Ancestor, we have already found out that the few people who were in close contact with the human youth are now in the Baifeng Divine Bird Clan. Some of them seem to be from the Baifeng Divine Bird Clan and the Dark Heavenly Tiger Clan. We have received news that they have a battle servant. During the day, he actually defeated Luo Shang, an Eternal Realm's sovereign battle servant, and won many sacred elixirs, sacred weapons, and other treasures. Someone said, having found out important news. Even if he is from the Baifeng Divine Bird Clan, we still have to find out. That battle servant is also very suspicious. The old man in a red robe said in a gloomy and ear-piercing voice, his eyes blood-red. If this was done intentionally by the Baifeng Divine Bird Clan, my Gold-Biter Rat Clan will not let this matter rest. The old man in a golden robe said in a low voice, his eyes dark. In the outer city of the Baifeng Divine Bird Clan, it was destined that many people would not be able to calm down tonight. Bastard, too much of a bastard. Some people roared in the middle of the night. They were the monster beast kings who had been cheated in the afternoon. In the end, they learned the cruel truth. From the beginning, they had been cheated by the master and servant of the Dark Heavenly Tiger Clan and lost everything. But there were also monster beast kings who were more open-minded. Compared to Qing Long, Zhan Lan, Xian Tu, and the others, their losses were nothing. Especially compared to Luo Shang, their losses were not even worth mentioning. In an extremely short period of time, the name of the mysterious battle servant had exploded in the entire city. Such a battle servant was so powerful that even monster beast kings were shocked. The night passed, and the sky slowly began to brighten. The moist earth seemed to still have traces of the morning sun. Within the Baifeng divine bird clan, the cries of spirit birds and auspicious beasts faintly echoed, crisp and pleasing to the ear. The rising sun peeked out from behind the majestic mountain peak. The first few rays of light interacted with the traces of the fading night, completely opening the curtain of the sky. Huff, in the room, Du Xiaofu withdrew his hand seal and spat out a mouthful of turbid qi. His eyes slowly opened. There was no movement, only clear and bright. Today's chapters are all large chapters. Added together, they have the usual volume of 6 chapters. Completed today. Chapter 2297. However, Du Xiaofu knew that his spirit gate was full and his profound qi was surging. He had refined the 9-leaf golden star vine and reached the peak of the initial stage of the Saint Realm. However, it would not be easy to advance further. Du Xiaofu had obtained many treasures recently. He planned to find a place to advance further after leaving the Baifeng divine bird clan and see if he could reach the middle stage of the Saint Realm. However, Du Xiaofu was disappointed that he had not comprehended much of the sky-splitting 3 swords. Oh no, suddenly, Du Xiaofu's expression changed. He sensed with his primordial spirit that an expert had arrived. Walala, in an instant, the room was filled with a blazing aura. The void was distorted and it seemed as if it was isolated in a separate space. It was sealed by a restriction and formed a spatial barrier. Who is it? Du Xiaofu jumped up. The profound qi in his body surged and his eyes were alert. The person who could do this was definitely not an ordinary Saint Realm expert. You dared to enter the Baifeng clan like this. Why are you so timid now? A hazy figure appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. She was wrapped in light and her figure was hazy. As the light slowly dissipated, an old and tottering figure appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. It was an old woman with drooping eyes and a head of white hair. She gave people the feeling that she was about to die. However, the old woman's drooping eyes were deep and clear, with a hint of green and red in them. There was no fluctuation of aura on the old woman's body. However, Du Xiaofu's eyes were alert. Du Xiaofu felt that the aura on this old woman was not much weaker than Huolei Zi. No need to be nervous. I know you are from the outside world. The entrance has opened again. I just have some things I want to know. The old woman looked at Du Xiaofu and staggered 2 steps forward. She sat down at the side as if she did not have the strength to stand. However, Du Xiaofu did not think that this old woman was about to die. She was an absolutely terrifying expert. She was a terrifying existence. Senior, please speak. Du Xiaofu bowed slightly. Since this mysterious old lady had appeared here, she must be a cultivator from the Baifeng divine bird clan. She did not seem to have any ill intentions at the moment, so he would act according to the circumstances. What is your relationship with Xiao Qing? How did she awaken? The old woman looked at Du Xiaofu. She asked. It's a long story. Du Xiaofu had nothing to hide. Du Xiaofu. Was Du Xiaofu. She. Was. Thus, Du Xiaofu roughly explained everything, starting from the time when he had accidentally obtained a headless corpse and ending with Little Qing's revival. Xiao Qing's awakening is not something an ordinary talisman master can do. The old woman looked at Du Xiaofu. Her eyes were green and red. It was as if she could see through Du Xiaofu. No matter what he tried to hide, it would be difficult to escape her prying eyes. To tell you the truth, I had the blood of the golden-winged rock clan in my body. I used my blood as a catalyst to awaken Xiao Qing. Du Xiaofu Xiao Qing said. He was secretly shocked. This old woman was not ordinary. The blood of the golden-winged great rock clan. No wonder. That's right. Little Qing's body has a bit of that clan's aura. Although a very long time has passed, only the blood of the Supreme Beast clan has the opportunity to awaken little Qing. The old woman said softly. Light fluctuated in her eyes. She slowly raised her eyes and looked at Du Xiaofu Xiaoqing. She said, in that case, Xiaoqing has been taken care of by you in the outside world all these years. Although my Baifeng clan has great enmity with some people in the outside world, we owe you a big favor. You secretly escorted Xiaoqing back to the clan. My Baifeng clan also owes you a big favor. Tell me, what do you want? If the Baifeng clan can do it, we will not refuse. Xiaoqing is already my relative. She is my family. Being able to see Xiaoqing return to the clan and know about her background is enough. I have no other request. Du Xiaofu Xiaoqing shook his head. He looked at the old woman and said, if it is possible, I would like to know more about Xiaoqing's current situation. The old woman looked at Du Xiaofu Xiaoqing. She seemed to be a little surprised. Some fluctuations flashed in her eyes. After a while, she said, if you have no other request, then I will tell you something. Perhaps it will be useful to you in the future. It has been a long time, so long that I have almost forgotten. It was when the entrance here cracked last time. Some cultivators from the outside world came in. They were all saints. Some of them were very strong and had their eyes on my Baifeng clan. At that time, my parents were the strongest in the Baifeng clan. As the old woman spoke, she paused for a moment. The expression on her old face also fluctuated. The green and red light in her eyes became brighter and brighter as she said, coincidentally, Little Blue's appearance greatly reduced my mother's strength. They found an opportunity to join forces and attack my parents. A cultivator from the Dark Heavenly Tiger clan noticed the clues and came to help. However, he was still no match for them. At the last moment, my mother sealed Xiaoqing and handed her over to the cultivator from the Dark Heavenly Tiger clan. She asked the cultivator to use the Dark Heavenly Tiger clan's innate skill to take Xiaoqing away. Those people were prepared and chased after her. In the end, there was a rumor that the cultivator from the Dark Heavenly Tiger clan could only risk his life to escape to the outside world. My mother did not return to the clan after that battle. I did not even get to see her for the last time. My father was seriously injured and fled to the clan. Not long after, he could not hold on any longer. Before he left, my father condensed a drop of essence blood with his own cultivation and told me to find a way to find my sister. As her voice slowly faded, the corners of the old woman's aged eyes became a little moist. It was as if this kind of emotion should not appear on such a powerhouse. Du Xiaofu looked at the old woman in front of him. He could not really understand what she was going through. However, Du Xiaofu could feel that the old woman in front of him had gone through so many years. That pain had not faded. What kind of pain was that? Senior, please restrain your grief. At least Xiaoqing is back now. Du Xiaofu did not know how to comfort her. Then, his expression changed. He stared blankly at the old woman and exclaimed, so, you are Xiaoqing's elder sister. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was really stunned. No wonder Bai Ruyan and Xie said that Xiaoqing's status was extremely high. She was the ancestor of the Baifeng Divine Bird clan. It turned out that Xiaoqing had such a background. She was the sister of this terrifying expert in front of him. Of course, Xiaoqing is indeed my sister. I originally thought that until the day I died, I would not have the chance to complete my father's task. I never thought that the heavens would be kind and allow me to see my sister in the remaining years of my life. The old woman's pain had faded a little. A slight smile appeared on her old face. She looked at Du Xiaofu and said, I don't have a good impression of people from the outside world. However, you have taken care of Xiaoqing all these years and protected her back to the clan. That is a great kindness. No matter what, my Baifeng clan owes you a great favor. So, take this. As soon as she finished speaking, 2 items appeared in the old woman's hands. They turned into streaks of light and shot through the air before Du Xiaofu. They were a bag of cosmos and an ancient jade slip. The jade slip shone brightly. "Senior, what is the meaning of this?" "Shao Qin is my family. I have said that I have no requests. Since Shao Qin has returned to the clan, I am also planning to leave." Du Xiaofu said. Shao Qin was his sister, his family. Although it was not Du Xiaofu's character to not take something, it was his principle. "Do you think you can leave this place so easily?" The old woman smiled and looked at Du Xiaofu. Hearing this, Du Xiaofu was stunned. "No matter how well you hide, there are still traces. The Ro Owl clan, the Goldbiter rats, and many other large clans have arrived overnight. Many of their saint beasts have come. The Baifeng clan can stop them from seeing Shao Qin, but they can't stop them from seeing you. After all, you are battle servants. When the time comes, you probably won't be able to hide your identity anymore. You'll be exposed." The old woman said to Du Xiaofu, "As long as your identity is exposed, you're a human, and you seem to be related to the humans here. They won't let you go for killing a descendant of the Ro Owl clan. The Baifeng clan is the leader of the Beast Alliance, but they won't be able to protect you. Otherwise, the Beast Alliance will face great waves that you can't imagine." Pausing slightly, the old woman looked at Du Xiaofu and sighed apologetically, "You're a member of the Baifeng clan and have come to protect Shao Qin, but the Baifeng clan is unable to protect you, so we owe you another favor. There are a few saint pills in your Qiankuan pouch, as well as some treasures that will be quite useful to you as a human. Consider it a little compensation for me to show my peace of mind. The jade slip contains the method to break through the defensive formation of my Baifeng clan's outer city. You're a talisman master, so you should understand. If anything happens, the Baifeng clan will activate the defensive formation to trap you and stop them. You can use this opportunity to break through the formation and leave. Flee as far as you can. If there's a chance in the future, the Baifeng clan will repay your kindness." With that, the old woman stood up shakily. She looked at Du Xiaofu and suddenly laughed, "Ha ha ha, the mighty Baifeng clan can't even protect a young man. I'm ashamed, I'm ashamed." The old woman smiled, but there was bitterness in her eyes. "Senior, you're exaggerating." Du Xiaofu spoke and frowned slightly. It seemed like his identity was exposed faster than he had expected. The Baifeng Divine Bird clan was the leader of the Beast Alliance. Du Xiaofu could imagine that if his identity was exposed, the Baifeng Divine Bird clan would protect him. They would inadvertently become enemies with the entire Beast Alliance. Now that Shao Qin had returned to the Baifeng Divine Bird clan, he could not implicate the Baifeng Divine Bird clan, even if it was for Shao Qin's sake. Call out to the flowers weekly. Xiao Yu, continue writing. Chapter 2298. If the Baifeng Divine Bird clan was truly ungrateful, the old woman wouldn't have come to inform him. "May I ask, Senior, if I walk out, will little Qin be fine?" Du Xiaofu asked the old woman. The old woman was slightly taken aback. She looked at Du Xiaofu with bright eyes and said, "No matter how bold they are, they won't dare to touch little Qin. I wonder how many of them are here and what are their cultivation levels." Du Xiaofu continued to ask. "The Ro Owl clan, the Goldbiter rat clan, and the Sinister Lightning Demonic Snake clan. A total of 3 saint beasts. Yesterday, you secretly killed a junior of the Four-Winged Demonic Snake clan, which attracted the Four-Winged Demonic Snake clan's Saint Beast Realm cultivator. He probably won't dare to touch the Dark Heavenly Tiger clan, but if your identity is exposed, he might attack." The old lady looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "The Beast Alliance meeting is about to begin. Not long ago, the distant Sky Flame Phoenix clan and the 8 Desolation Demon Dragon clan each sent a mid-stage Saint Beast. They're probably not here for you, but if your identity is exposed, I'm afraid they'll interfere. There are quite a few saint beasts. Hearing this, Du Xiaofu's eyes flickered. We'll hand you over. Once we attack, the Baifeng clan will activate the formation. You can take the opportunity to leave toward the east. As the Beast Alliance meeting approaches, there will be saint beasts appearing in other directions. The east is the territory of the human race. You'll be temporarily safe there. The old woman told Du Xiaofu a relatively safe route. That won't be necessary. It's just a few saint beasts. Du Xiaofu smiled faintly. Golden light flashed in his eyes, domineering for no reason. Back then, even the 9th Demon Emperor, 8th Demon Emperor, and 7th Demon Emperor had chased after him. With Du Xiaofu's current cultivation level, he didn't need to fear those early-stage saint beasts. Especially the few holy beasts from the Roe Owl clan and the Goldbiter Rat clan. If it weren't for the fact that he had to send little Qin back to the Baifeng clan, Du Xiaofu would have killed them long ago. How could those old fellows have the chance to chase after him? However, Du Xiaofu was a little concerned about the two middle-stage holy beast realm cultivators who might interfere. They might have some influence when the time comes. But at this moment, Du Xiaofu really wasn't afraid. Even if he couldn't do anything to those two mid-stage holy beasts, they were still far from being able to stop him from leaving. Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, the old woman was slightly surprised. I'll take this jade slip, but there's no need for this item. Little Qin is my family, and she's also my little sister. Du Xiaofu put away the jade slip in front of him and handed the Qiankuan bag back to the old woman. Although he had the Scarlet Nightmare Monkey Bloodline soul, not all talisman arrays would be effective on the Scarlet Nightmare Monkey Bloodline soul. It was better to be safe than sorry. As for the Qiankuan bag, Du Xiaofu was indeed a little tempted by the things inside, but he had a bottom line. The old woman looked at Du Xiaofu and was secretly surprised. She took the Qiankuan bag and said, "Someone's coming. Remember what I said. The Baifeng clan owes you a favor. If there's a chance in the future, you'll repay it." As soon as she finished speaking, the surrounding space rippled and the old woman's figure quietly disappeared. It was as if nothing had happened. There was no aura at all. So powerful, unfathomable. Du Xiaofu was secretly surprised. This old woman was too powerful. She was probably comparable to Huolei Laozu. She was unfathomable. Then, Du Xiaofu's face turned serious. He walked out of the room and saw Dai Xingyu, O Yangshuang, Little Qing, and the little tiger. We have to leave. There's trouble, Du Xiaofu said. What's going on? Has your identity been exposed? O Yangshuang and the others' expressions changed. There's not much time. The three of you can enter the ancient barren space. There won't be any problems. Du Xiaofu smiled and seemed very relaxed. Are you really okay? Looking at Du Xiaofu's relaxed expression, O Yangshuang was even more worried. Don't worry. You can enter the ancient barren space and cultivate in seclusion for a while. Refining the sacred medicine will benefit you a lot. As soon as he finished speaking, Du Xiaofu's beautiful heart flashed. He summoned the ancient barren space and 3 brocade boxes appeared in his hands. He handed them to O Yangshuang, Dai Xingyu, and Little Qing. These were the 3 sacred fruits that Du Xiaofu had chosen. They were the most suitable for the 3 of them. Although Dai Xingyu and O Yangshuang consumed the sacred fruits directly and the medicinal effects would be weaker, they did not have much choice at this time. Then you must be careful. Don't be careless. O Yangshuang took the brocade boxes and did not say much. She knew that she would not be of any help to Du Xiaofu. Instead, she would be a burden. Don't worry. The ancestors outside, legalism, and those guys can't do anything to me. It's the same for these guys inside. Du Xiaofu smiled. After sending O Yangshuang, Dai Xingyu, and Little Qin into the ancient barren space, the smile on his face slowly disappeared. Third young master. Little Tiger said. He knew very well that there was going to be a big battle. Take this. Enter the dark heavenly tiger clan. There will be a chance for us to fight side by side in the future. Du Xiaofu handed a cosmos sack to Little Tiger. There were items that were suitable for Little Tiger. After parting with Little Tiger this time, he did not know when they would meet again. It was possible that they would not meet again before this fearsome ground closed again. However, Du Xiaofu knew that returning to the dark heavenly tiger clan was the most beneficial for Little Tiger. Third young master, Little Tiger's voice was a little hoarse. He knew third young master's temper. Something big must have happened and there would be a fierce battle. And he could not participate because his strength was still too low. Du Xiaofu smiled and patted Little Tiger's shoulder. Remember, no matter what happens later, don't say anything. I have my own plans. When we meet again in the future, I hope you can transform again. I will be looking forward to it. Okay. Little Tiger gritted his teeth and nodded. His pure black eyes were filled with a domineering ferocity and a king's aura that could shake the world. Whoosh whoosh, outside the courtyard, there was the sound of wind breaking. Someone was coming. Du Xiaofu and Little Tiger walked out and saw Bai Ruyan, and the middle-aged battle servant. Something happened. We are here to take you 3 battle servants away. Bai Ruyan looked at Du Xiaofu. The folds of her fiery red dress were like flames, and the light flowed down to the ground, adding to her beauty and nobility. Looking at Du Xiaofu's rosy face, she was very astonished. Yesterday, he was seriously injured and exhausted to the extreme, but he actually recovered in a single night. Just take me away. I will go with you. Du Xiaofu looked at Bai Ruyan and said, their target is also me. I will go with you. Do you already know something? Bai Ruyan looked at Du Xiaofu and was very surprised. I don't know. Didn't someone continue to challenge me? Du Xiaofu smiled faintly. It seemed like Bai Ruyan didn't know that the mysterious old lady had come to find him. Hearing this, Bai Ruyan looked at Du Xiaofu and then said to Du Xiaofu and Little Tiger, Roaring Roar Clan, Gold Devouring Rat Clan, and Dark Lightning Demonic Snake Clan have sent Saint Beast experts. They suspect that Little Green and you are related to the human who killed Luo Yu. They want to see you. Also, Four Winged Demonic Snake Clan sent a Saint Beast expert to find trouble with Little Tiger. Little Tiger's eyes darkened. No wonder the third young master was making arrangements. As expected, his identity was about to be exposed. Once his identity was exposed, a great battle would be unavoidable in the Beast Alliance. Where is Hu Pao? Du Xiaofu asked. He already knew the purpose of the Luo Yu clan. Bai Ruyan were secretly moved. Was this really a battle servant? He even dared to call Hu Pao by his name. At this moment, looking at Du Xiaofu, Lao Ji and Bai Ruyan's hearts trembled inwardly. It seemed that this person's aura was extremely different from yesterday, and it made them tremble inwardly. Hu Pao is already waiting. As long as Little Tiger returns to the clan, Four Winged Demonic Snake Clan won't dare to make a move no matter how bold they are. Bai Ruyan said. This battle servant's invisible aura made his beast soul tremble for no reason. This was too strange. Let's go. Du Xiaofu said. His eyes narrowed slightly. What should come will come. But it was enough. Little Green and Little Tiger had the best arrangements and obtained the greatest opportunities. This trip was not in vain. You have to be careful. The Luo Yu clan and Goldbiter Rat clan won't let this go. They can't do anything to Little Tiger and Little Green. At that time, I'm afraid they will inevitably make things difficult for you. Bai Ruyan reminded Du Xiaofu and said, but you don't have to worry too much. If those people go too far, the experts of my clan won't sit idly by. It's not certain who will make trouble for whom. Du Xiaofu smiled slightly. Indeed, there was no need to be afraid now. It was not certain who would make trouble for whom. Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, Bai Ruyan and Bai Ruyan were secretly moved. Whoosh whoosh, immediately, Du Xiaofu followed Bai Ruyan and left. They went to the main hall in the outer city. It was said that those Saint Beast experts were already waiting there, which alarmed many people. The outer city was vast. The majestic buildings were like mountains standing in the center of the city. They were ancient and modeled with the passage of time. The huge square was surrounded by mysterious talisman runes. It was reinforced by talisman arrays and was unshakable. Even an ordinary Saint Realm cultivator would not be able to destroy it. The main hall was vast and spacious. Dozens of huge stone pillars were carved with mysterious beast images. They supported the huge hall that was hundreds of feet long and hundreds of feet tall. At this moment, the atmosphere in the main hall was stagnant and oppressive. It was enough to make the legs of those who were weak and their beast souls tremble. On both sides of the main hall, there were 6 figures sitting on large ancient wooden chairs. There were no auras on these 6 figures, but if one were to look closely, they would be able to see that every one of them was secretly distorting the space around them. The 6 of them sat upright and looked different. But if Du Xiaofu was here, he would definitely be able to recognize 3 of them. Xiao Yu's original WeChat account password has been lost. Everyone, please add Xiao Yu's new account, Yufeng. Most of the notices in the book will be sent out through this account. Thank you. Chapter 2299. There were 3 people who had chased after Du Xiaofu after coming out of the crack in the valley. They were the 3 Saint Beast Realm cultivators from the Roe Deer clan. At this moment, there were many figures standing behind the 6 people who were seated. They stood respectfully with their hands by their sides. Their expressions were solemn and they did not say anything. At the head of the hall, there were 2 figures sitting upright. The one in front was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s. His long red hair draped over his shoulders and he was dressed in a long robe. He looked extremely refined and dignified. Beside the middle-aged man sat a red-haired old man. He wore a wide robe that covered his slightly thin body. It seemed a little loose, but his invisible aura was definitely not inferior to any of the 6 people sitting upright. At this moment, the hall was silent, and it seemed even more oppressive. The 3 Saint Beast Realm cultivators from the Roe Deer race and an old man with a feminine face had extremely gloomy expressions. However, there were 2 middle-aged men. Their temperaments were extremely extraordinary. Their expressions were calm and their gazes were as calm as an ancient well. Whoosh whoosh, outside the hall, there was the sound of wind breaking. Bai Ruyan brought the little tiger and Du Xiaofu into the hall. Whoosh whoosh, immediately, many gazes in the hall were cast towards the outside of the hall. The 2 middle-aged men with extraordinary temperaments who were sitting upright also raised their eyes slightly. Du Xiaofu followed Bai Ruyan into the hall. Numerous gazes accompanied by obscure auras immediately enveloped them. Du Xiaofu did not mind. He had seen many of these lineups before. Looking around the hall, Du Xiaofu saw many familiar figures. Hu Si stood quietly at the side, giving off a feeling that he was about to pounce. There were many figures following behind him. Judging from the aura that leaked out, they were undoubtedly from the Dark Heavenly Tiger clan. Beside him were some elders with extraordinary auras. They should be the elders and experts of the Baifeng Divine Bird clan. Du Xiaofu's eyes moved. It wasn't because he saw the 3 Sacred Beast Realm cultivators from the Roe Owl clan, but because of the 2 middle-aged men who were sitting upright. Luo Shang and Qing Long were standing respectfully behind them. The Heavenly Flame Phoenix clan and the 8 Desolation Demonic Dragon clan's middle stage Saint Beast Realm experts. Du Xiaofu already had an idea in his heart. Those two people were undoubtedly the remote Sky Flame Phoenix and the 8 Desolation Demon Dragon clan's middle stage Saint Beast Realm cultivators that the old woman had mentioned. Then, Du Xiaofu's gaze landed on the seat of honor in the main hall. The middle-aged man who was sitting upright was dignified without being angry. His aura seemed to be even stronger than that of the leader of the uprising, Jialo Changtian. There was also the red-haired old man. Under the cover of his wide robe, Du Xiaofu could feel a terrifying aura that could erupt like a volcano at any time. Half-saint, mid-stage holy beast realm. Du Xiaofu secretly piqued. The middle-aged man who was dignified without being angry should be the clan leader of the Baifeng Divine Bird clan, who was at the half-saint level. The red-haired old man beside him was definitely at the mid-stage holy beast realm. Divine Ancestor, it's him. He killed Qiyu. A trembling voice came from behind the old man with a feminine face. It was a young man who was looking at little Tiger with lingering fear. Yesterday, he had seen with his own eyes that it was the black-robed young man who had torn Qiyu into pieces with one move. Boy, how dare you kill my descendant? The feminine-looking old man's gaze had already fallen on little Tiger. He stood up angrily, a cold light shooting out from his eyes. A cold aura suddenly swept out, crushing toward little Tiger. Little Tiger had already known. He had seen more than 1 or 2 Saint Realm cultivators, including experts like Huolei Laozu. Although his beast soul trembled under the crushing aura of the Holy Beast Realm, he still raised his head and looked straight at the old man. In his pitch-black eyes, black runes surged with a faint golden radiance, overbearing and fierce. He pointed at the feminine-looking old man and roared like a tiger, shaking the vast main hall. Old thing, what are you shouting for? So what if I kill your descendant sooner or later? Hearing little Tiger's words, which directly pointed at the Holy Beast Realm cultivator and did not put him in his eyes, everyone's expression changed. In particular, the Holy Beast Realm cultivators were secretly shocked. That young man dared to look down on Qi Hu of the Four-Winged Demon Snake clan. Qi Hu was also stunned. He had received news that his most beloved descendant had been directly killed in the Baifeng Divine Bird clan. His body and soul had been destroyed, and he had been exposed. But when Qi Hu arrived at the Baifeng Divine Bird clan, he learned that it was the Dark Heavenly Tiger clan who had killed his descendant. His heart immediately sank. He could not afford to offend the Dark Heavenly Tiger clan, but he could not bear to let the matter go. Therefore, when he first saw the young man, Qi Hu originally wanted to show his strength first. No matter what, he could not let the young man go before the Holy Beast Realm cultivator of the Dark Heavenly Tiger clan arrived. But Qi Hu did not expect the young man to not put him in his eyes at all. His feminine face became completely gloomy and twitched. Finally, he said, "Good, good, how dare you? Taking advantage of your seniority to bully others. If we were at the same cultivation level, I would have killed you." Little Tiger's eyes darkened. His black robe fluttered, and he released his aura to resist the pressure of the Holy Beast Realm cultivator. If they were at the same cultivation level, he would not be afraid of this old man. How arrogant! Everyone's eyes trembled as they secretly exclaimed. You have no respect for your elders and are arrogant and domineering. I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your clan elders. Qi Hu was furious, and his aura exploded in an instant. How could Qi Hu endure being pointed out by a junior like this? He was about to attack. Du Xiaofu's eyes darkened, and a faint sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. As long as this old man dared to attack, he would not be polite. He would deal with this old man first. Senior Qi Hu, the disciples of my clan will be taught by the elders of my clan. My elders are already on their way, so there is no need to trouble Senior Qi Hu. Hu Pao walked out and said in a low voice. He stood beside Little Tiger, looked straight at Little Tiger, and scolded, "Why are you still standing there? You have offended Senior Qi Hu, and the elders will punish you later." Although Hu Pao scolded, many people could see that Hu Pao was looking at little tiger with admiration in his eyes. At this moment, several figures from the Dark Heavenly Tiger clan also looked at Hu Pao with admiration. As expected of the Dark Heavenly Tiger bloodline, Hu Pao did not disgrace the Dark Heavenly Tiger clan. Seeing this, Du Xiaofu gave Little Tiger a look. Humph! Little Tiger snorted at Chi Hu and retreated behind Hu Pao. Chi Hu looked straight at Hu Pao. He knew Hu Pao's identity. If he touched Hu Pao, the entire Dark Heavenly Tiger clan would definitely go to war with the Four-Winged Demonic Snake clan. At that time, the Four-Winged Demonic Snake clan would not be able to resist at all. Hu Pao, are you threatening me with your Dark Heavenly Tiger clan? The Dark Heavenly Tiger clan killed my descendant. The Four-Winged Demonic Snake clan will not let this matter rest. Chi Hu heard Hu Pao's threat. The experts of the Dark Heavenly Tiger clan were already on their way. Hu Pao was clearly threatening him. I dare not. As far as I know, it was Chi Yu of the Four-Winged Demonic Snake clan who took liberties with my Dark Heavenly Tiger clan's battle servant. He did not know when to stop, so he was killed by my disciples. The Dark Heavenly Tiger clan is not at fault. If you want to seek justice, you can wait for the elders of my clan to come. I believe that the elders of my clan will give you a satisfactory explanation. Hu Pao said. He stood tall and straight, like a fierce tiger. Although his cultivation was not as high as Chi Hu's, his temperament and invisible aura were enough to compete with Chi Hu. Chi Hu's eyes twitched fiercely and became extremely cold. If he waited for the Holy Beast Realm experts of the Dark Heavenly Tiger clan to come, he was afraid that they would not put him in their eyes. He would be lucky if they did not cause trouble for him. No fighting is allowed in the city. This is the rule of the Baifeng clan. Is the Baifeng clan going to ignore this matter? How could Chi Hu swallow this insult? That was the descendant he valued the most. Moreover, if there was no conclusion to this matter, the Four-Winged Demonic Snake clan would not be able to raise their heads. Senior Chi Hu, this matter has already happened. The Baifeng clan will not ignore it. But as far as we know, it was Chi Yu who took liberties with Little Tiger's battle servant first, which led to the fight. In the main hall, the patriarch of the Baifeng clan spoke. At this moment, he was still dignified among the Holy Beast Realm experts. Just taking liberties with a battle servant and directly killing my descendant. The Dark Heavenly Tiger clan is so overbearing. Do you not put the Four-Winged Demonic Snake clan and the entire Beast Alliance in your eyes? Chi Hu said in a deep voice. Senior, you don't have to involve the entire Beast Alliance. Not just anyone can take liberties with the battle servant of the Dark Heavenly Tiger clan. Taking liberties with the battle servant of the Dark Heavenly Tiger clan, the Four-Winged Demonic Snake clan, is not putting the Dark Heavenly Tiger clan in your eyes. Are you provoking the Dark Heavenly Tiger clan? Hu Pao said, tit for tat. Chi Hu was stunned again, as if he did not expect Hu Pao to be so sharp-tongued. Many people around laughed secretly. Chi Yu was clearly unlucky. If they had known that this guy was from the Dark Heavenly Tiger clan, they would not have dared to provoke him. Well, this matter cannot be decided yet. Chi Hu, at this time, the Baifeng clan will naturally give you an explanation. However, you are an elder, and there are only a few juniors in the Dark Heavenly Tiger clan. If we make a decision now, it is inevitable that some people will say that we are bullying the young. So, let's wait for the people of the Dark Heavenly Tiger clan to come before making a decision. The red-haired elder, who had been sitting in the main seat, spoke. His deep eyes swept across the main hall and fell on Du Xiaofu intentionally or unintentionally. Hearing this, Chi Hu's face suddenly became gloomy. This was clearly saying that he was bullying the young. Everyone could hear that the Baifeng Divine Bird clan was obviously biased towards the Dark Heavenly Tiger clan. Everyone knew that the Baifeng Divine Bird Clan and the Dark Heavenly Tiger Clan had always been on good terms. When the experts of the Dark Heavenly Tiger Clan arrived, there would be no way for him to explain himself. At that time, he would be the unlucky one. But now, Qi Hu was helpless. The Baifeng Divine Bird Clan was not someone he could provoke. The Four-Winged Demonic Snake Clan could not afford to provoke them. The password for Xiao Yu's original WeChat account cannot be found. The new WeChat account is called Yu Feng Deity. Please add the new account. The situation in the book is usually posted on the account. Thank you. Qi Hu, we will talk about your matter later. Let's get down to business first. Luo O of the Ro Owl clan said. He kept his eyes on Du Xiaofu and secretly spied on Du Xiaofu with his mind. He seemed to want to see through Du Xiaofu. He said, "Aren't there a few battle servants? Why is there only one?" Everyone's gazes fell on Du Xiaofu's body. The middle-aged patriarch of the Baifeng clan and Jiao O also fixed their eyes on Du Xiaofu. I alone am enough. They all listen to me anyway. Du Xiaofu looked at Luo O indifferently. The primordial spirits of the old man and the others had been spying on him secretly. But he was not afraid. Du Xiaofu was not afraid of the sacred beasts in the hall. They could not spy on him. But after hearing Du Xiaofu's words, many people around were moved. This battle servant seemed to be different. You are the one who defeated many people yesterday and defeated a sovereign battle servant of the immortal realm? Beside Luo O, an old man in a golden robe stared at Du Xiaofu and asked. He was not tall, but he gave off an extremely strong feeling. When the old man asked such a question, the atmosphere in the hall was obviously shaken. Qing Long's dark brown eyes shone with a cold light. The battle servant was obviously tricking him. Luo Shang was slightly moved, but she did not have much of a reaction. Qing Long and the two middle-aged men in front of Luo Shang were also looking at Du Xiaofu, as if they were trying to figure something out. That's right. Du Xiaofu replied without much of a reaction. The old man in a golden robe was from the gold-devouring rat clan. He had chased after Du Xiaofu not long ago and Du Xiaofu could not forget that. In the hall, many people were moved, including the sacred beasts. Everyone had heard that the battle servant had won dozens of battles in a row yesterday. In the end, he had defeated Luo Shang's sovereign battle servant and won many sacred medicines, sacred weapons, ancient blood essence, half-sacred medicines and other treasures. This was enough to move everyone present. Jiao O opened his mouth again and asked Luo O, you suspect that the battle servant is the young man who killed your descendant, Luo Yu. Now that you have seen him, is he the young man? The battle servant's aura is very strange. I can't see the result. Luo O's face changed slightly. In front of Jiao O, he seemed to be quite wary. He looked at Du Xiaofu. He had been secretly spying on him, but the battle servant was too mysterious and he could not see anything. Hence, it aroused his suspicion. What are you going to do? Are you suspecting that my Baifeng clan has joined forces with that human to kill your descendant? Jiao O said faintly. There was a faint green and red light fluctuating in his eyes and a faint blazing aura spreading out. Of course not. It's just that I have seen that human boy before. He is too cunning. I am afraid that the Baifeng clan's descendant has been tricked by him. Let's find out the truth. Luo O said. He could not help but be wary of Jiao O. You have seen the battle servant. The other two are ladies. They are definitely not the people you are looking for. Jiao O said faintly. De Zhang, continue writing. Chapter 2300. The Baifeng clan naturally has nothing to do with the human youth. I'm just guessing that the human has bewitched the younger generation of the Baifeng clan. The younger generation of the Baifeng clan had interacted with the human youth before. Perhaps they can find some clues about the human youth, said the roe owl. He would not give up. He had to get to the bottom of this. How else do you want to investigate, said Jiao Xie. Lord Jiao Xie, let me investigate the primordial spirit of this battle servant. Everything will be clear when the time comes. That human youth and Lu Limo of the human race appearing in the territory of the Beast Alliance must be up to something. If we can find the whereabouts of the human youth, we can help the Beast Alliance find a hidden danger, said the white-haired old woman who had been silent. She was also wary of Jiao Xie and was very respectful. Searching the primordial spirit of an ordinary battle servant is naturally no problem. However, this battle servant is not ordinary. The middle-aged clan leader of the Baifeng clan said. This battle servant could defeat a sovereign battle servant. How could it search the primordial spirit of such a battle servant? Clan leader Jiao Huang, there is no need to worry. Myin Lightning Demonic Snake Clan has some methods. We only need to search the primordial spirit of the battle servant and will not harm his foundation, said the white-haired old woman. No. Hearing this, Hu Pao said. This battle servant was Little Tiger's battle servant. How could he believe that searching the primordial spirit of the battle servant would not harm him? Everyone knew that searching the primordial spirit of the battle servant would harm a cultivator. It would affect his future cultivation. This battle servant who could defeat a sovereign battle servant had a bright future ahead of him. How could he allow his primordial spirit to be searched? This is a big matter for the Beast Alliance. Hu Pao, it is not your place to speak. Even if the elders of your clan come, it will be the same. Such a voice came from the middle-aged man who was sitting in front of Luo Shang. His gaze swept past Hu Pao, then he looked at Jiao Xie and smiled. Brother Jiao Xie, this matter concerns the Beast Alliance. If the human race is really plotting something, we cannot be careless. The methods of the Yin Lightning Demonic Snake Clan will not affect the primordial spirit. Let's search the primordial spirit of this battle servant so that everyone can be at ease and not give the human race any chance to take advantage of this. Hu Pao was speechless. The clan leader Jiao Xie Yu clan's clan leader Jiao Xie had not arrived. Yao Xiu's eyes moved. He didn't say anything, as if he was thinking about something. Brother Jiao Xie, this battle servant doesn't seem to be from the Baifeng Divine Bird clan. From what I know, the origin of this battle servant is mysterious. It's best that we investigate it thoroughly. If we can find any information about that human young man, it will naturally be good. If we can't find anything, it will also be a good thing, the middle-aged man in front of Qin Long said faintly. Du Xiaofu didn't say anything and just stood there quietly. When he heard the two middle-aged men from the Heaven Flame Phoenix tribe and the 8 Desolation Demon Dragon tribe speak, he raised his eyes slightly and looked at them. These two weren't good people. As the two powerhouses from the 8 Desolation Demon Dragon and the distant Sky Flame Phoenix spoke, the atmosphere in the hall began to fluctuate. The 8 Desolation Demon Dragon clan and the remote Sky Flame Phoenix clan are clearly doing this on purpose. Their battle servants were all defeated yesterday, so they want to search for their battle servants' primordial spirits and destroy their foundation. Among the Dark Heavenly Tiger clan, a young man whispered, but after being glared at by Hu Pao, he did not dare to speak again. Battle servant, do you have any objections? On the seat of honor, Jia Qi, who was sitting upright, spoke at this moment, also looking at Du Xiaofu. I have no objections. Whoever wants to search my primordial spirit can do so. Du Xiaofu said with a calm expression. Hearing this, everyone's eyes were secretly surprised. Jia Qi, Jia Huang, and the others were also secretly puzzled. Think carefully. Bai Ruyan, who was at the side, secretly reminded Du Xiaofu with a look. After searching the primordial spirit, it would be a great loss to the primordial spirit. Moreover, if this group of people were to do something bad, their life and death would be at the mercy of others. You have to think carefully. Searching the primordial spirit is no small matter. If you don't want to, maybe you can think of other ways. Jia Qi looked at Du Xiaofu, and a light flashed in his eyes, reminding Du Xiaofu. It's just searching the primordial spirit. If it can prove my innocence, then it's fine. Du Xiaofu nodded and was very sure. If that's the case, then let's begin. The middle-aged 8 Desolation Demonic Dragon Clan's middle-aged Saint Beast Realm expert spoke, afraid that Du Xiaofu would go back on his words. As his voice fell, the white-haired old woman from the Demonic Lightning Snake Clan stood up. On her aged face, there was a faint flicker of lightning in her eyes. She released a chilling aura that was very frightening. Battle Servant, I will search your primordial spirit. Don't stop me, otherwise, there will be a great disaster. The white-haired old woman walked out, stopping in front of Du Xiaofu and said. All of you, back off. Du Xiaofu said to Bai Ruyan, Jia Qi, and Hu Pao, then looked at the white-haired old woman in front of him. After killing Lu Yu, the Shadow Lightning Demonic Snake Clan seemed to have killed several big snakes, but they didn't care whether they were Shadow Lightning Demonic snakes or not. Then, Du Xiaofu's eyes were calm, and he nodded at the white-haired old woman, saying, let's begin. Remember, don't stop me. The white-haired old woman spoke with a domineering aura. She formed seals with her hands, and her eyes flickered faintly with the glow of lightning. After that, an arc of lightning flashed out from the center of her brows, and it was accompanied by a type of strange talisman markings. It was like a bolt of lightning that instantly flashed towards the center of Du Xiaofu's brows, and it was accompanied by a strand of peerlessly vast beast soul energy that suddenly swept out within the hall. Everyone stared at it. The arc of lightning directly swept into Du Xiaofu's forehead and disappeared. At this moment, a chill spread out from Du Xiaofu's calm eyes, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. At the same time, a strange mysterious rune suddenly spread out from Du Xiaofu's eyes. Suddenly, it was as if there were tens of thousands of rays of light sweeping out. The mysterious rune light overlapped, and with lightning speed, it instantly shot towards the white-haired old woman's eyes. At the same time, a silver-gold arc of lightning flashed out from between Du Xiaofu's eyebrows, and it directly swallowed and destroyed the white-haired old woman's primordial spirit. The white-haired old woman seemed to have felt something, but at this moment, her eyes were lifeless for no reason. Only her pupils suddenly dilated, as if she felt great fear. This unforeseen event happened too quickly, and everything happened in a flash. At the same time, Du Xiaofu stretched out his arm, and a golden light flashed like golden lightning, directly locking the white-haired old woman's neck. How dare you! A loud shout shook the hall, and the middle-aged man from the Sky Flame Phoenix clan disappeared from his seat. Like a flash of lightning, a palm print directly slapped towards Du Xiaofu. Boom! A blazing and powerful aura shook the entire hall as if it was on the verge of collapse. This palm print penetrated Du Xiaofu's body, and the void was also shaken until it was distorted. However, as Du Xiaofu's body shattered in the void, there was no trace of blood. Instead, he disappeared. Only a figure from the side had already flashed out of the hall like a flash of lightning. Chase! The middle stage holy beast from the 8 Directions Demon Dragon clan also disappeared from his seat. He followed the middle-aged man from the Sky Flame Phoenix clan, who had just attacked, out of the hall like a flash of lightning. Chase! Following closely, the Luo Yi, the golden-robed elder from the Goldbiter Rat clan, and Qi, whose expressions changed as they hurriedly chased after him. In the hall, everyone was still in a daze, and no one had realized what had happened. Everything happened too quickly, so quickly that most of the people present did not see it clearly. Qing Long, Bai Ruyan, Xie, and the others were all surprised, and even they did not see it clearly. The little tiger had a smile at the corner of his mouth, and there was a faint coldness in his deep, dark eyes. So what if you are in the holy beast realm? Ordinary holy beasts are no match for the third young master. Searching for the third young master's primordial spirit is the same as seeking death. On the seat of honor, Xia's expression changed, and he disappeared immediately. Swoosh swoosh, in an instant, many figures flew out of the hall. The sun rose, shining on the big city, and it was dazzling. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, such a mighty aura shook the void, and the earth and mountains shook, startling all the living beings. Swoosh swoosh, many figures flew out, and many gazes were fixed on the place where the shocking movement came from. There was already a monstrous light, and the aura was so vast that it shook one's soul. In the square, it's a holy beast realm expert. Someone said in shock. It was a holy beast realm expert who had attacked. The square was vast, and the mysterious runes on the talisman flickered. It had been strengthened. Du Xiaofu stepped into the air, and his body was filled with golden light. An overbearing aura spread out, and his right claw grabbed the white-haired old woman's throat tightly, holding her in his hand like a little chick. At this moment, the white-haired old woman's face was filled with shock. She was unable to stop all this, and the pupils on her old face were shrinking. Blood kept flowing out of her mouth, and her beast soul was severely injured. At this moment, only the white-haired old woman herself knew what she had just suffered. Originally, she wanted to check the other party's primordial spirit, but when her beast soul entered his mind, her beast soul suddenly felt as if it had provoked a huge supreme being, and it was instantly destroyed. At the same time, she was swept by a terrifying primordial spirit attack. Her cultivation was in the early stage of the Holy Beast realm, and she was an absolute expert in the entire Beast Alliance. However, at that moment, she was like an ant, and she was filled with a deep sense of powerlessness. Then, she was restrained. You're not a battle servant, you're also a holy. At this moment, when she was restrained, the white-haired old woman seemed to feel something, and a terrifying shock surged from the depths of her eyes. How could this be a battle servant? The other party was clearly a holy beast realm expert. She went to search for the primordial spirit of a cultivator at the same cultivation level as her without much precaution, and he was even a spiritual talisman master at that. She was clearly courting death. However, under Du Xiaofu's suppression, she was suppressed by the restriction and couldn't speak. Whoosh whoosh. 5 figures rushed into the void of the square, and 5 mighty auras shot into the sky, shaking the surroundings and the vast void. If you dare to take a step forward, I'll destroy this old snake first. Du Xiaofu said, and lifted the white-haired old woman in his hand. Golden light shot out from his eyes, and the corner of his mouth curved into a cold smile. The 5 figures stopped, and 5 powerful auras of the holy beast realm locked onto Du Xiaofu. They were the Luo Yi, Qi Hu, the golden-robed old man from the Goldbiter Rat clan, and the 2 middle-stage holy beast realm experts from the 8 Desolation Demon Dragon clan and the distant Sky Flame Phoenix clan. The faces of the 5 holy beast realm experts turned ugly. A holy beast realm cultivator was actually being suppressed and held hostage right under their noses. In the main hall, figures rushed out one after another, with Xie Qi leading the way. The Baifeng Divine Bird clan's patriarch, Xie Huang, was shocked. Hu Pao, Luo Shang, Qing Long, and the other experts of the various clans chased out of the main hall. When they saw the scene in the void, they were all dumbfounded, unable to recover from their shock. That was a holy beast realm expert from the Dark Lightning Demonic Snake clan. At this moment, she was suppressed by the human's restriction and was lifted like a chick. How shocking was this? Bai Ruyan and Xie Qi looked at each other. Whoosh whoosh, in an instant, figures rushed over like lightning. The commotion was so great that it shocked the entire city. The Beast Alliance conference was imminent. At this moment, the city was filled with a sea of people. The experts of the various clans of the Beast Alliance had gathered. Holy Beast Realm Expert, Sacred Ancestor Feng Ai of the distant Sky Flame Phoenix clan. Sacred Ancestor Long Qi of the 8 Desolation Demonic Dragon clan is also here. Sacred Ancestor DD of the Ro Owl clan, DU's great-grandfather. Why is he here too? Sacred ancestor Chi Hu of the four-winged demonic snake clan is here. He must be here because of Chi Yu's death yesterday. Why is a sacred ancestor of the Goldbiter rat clan here too? The figures in the air attracted a large number of people. Looking at the figures in the void, it caused a commotion. Some beast kings who recognized the holy beast realm experts exclaimed in surprise. In the front of the crowd, Zhanlan, Xian Tu, Xiao Gu, Xiao Yao, and the other supreme geniuses also appeared. They were inwardly shocked by the scene in front of them. Why is it him? It's that battle servant. He suppressed a holy beast realm expert. Xian Tu was shocked. His back was slightly hunched, and his eyes were filled with shock. Look, that guy seems to be the mysterious battle servant who defeated Luo Shang's supreme battle servant yesterday. Someone exclaimed, recognizing Du Xiaofu. The battles yesterday were still vivid in everyone's minds, unforgettable. Brat, let go of the person in your hand. Otherwise, you're dead. Feng Ai of the distant Sky Flame Phoenix clan shouted. His voice was like the cry of a phoenix, able to penetrate the clouds and crack stone. The clouds in all directions moved, and a vast aura spread out. Under this aura, all the beasts in the square trembled in fear, not daring to speak again. What a joke. This old snake wants to search my origin spirit. Why should I let him go? Du Xiaofu looked straight at Feng Ai. Since he was about to be exposed, what was there to be afraid of? He exerted some force in his claw, and golden light surged, covering the white-haired old woman's body. Boom! A cold aura immediately swept out from the white-haired old woman's body. Lightning arcs fluctuated, dazzling and resplendent, as if they were accompanied by lightning and thunder. Then, under the shocked gazes of everyone, the white-haired old woman instantly transformed into an old snake the size of an arm and about 10 feet long in Du Xiaofu's claw. The old snake's body kept twisting. His entire body was resplendent and filled with lightning. The cold aura was terrifying, but it was suppressed. A holy beast realm expert of the Dark Lightning Demon Snake clan. Xiao Yao raised her eyes. Her tight clothes made the curves of her lower body rise and fall. Her pitch-black eyes rippled violently. That was a holy beast realm expert of the four-winged demon snake clan. At this moment, he was restrained in the hands of the battle servant. How could she remain calm? Brat, do you want to die? Seeing that the human did not take him seriously at all, Feng Jin's expression turned completely gloomy. A blazing aura surged out and became restless. The surrounding void began to quietly distort. If you dare to attack, I'll destroy this old snake. Golden light flashed in Du Xiaofu's eyes. He held the old snake in his hand and said, "It seems like no one cares about you, old snake. They can't wait for you to die." Old Snake's fierce eyes widened in shock. He seemed to want to say something, but he was completely suppressed and couldn't speak. Looking at Du Xiaofu, Feng Jin really didn't dare to attack casually. Feng Jin didn't care about that old snake. Instead, under everyone's watchful eyes, if that old snake died at the hands of that brat because of his actions, the Dark Lightning Demonic Snake clan would probably blame him. The distant Sky Flame Phoenix clan naturally didn't have to worry about the Dark Lightning Demon Snake clan. However, the Beast Alliance meeting was imminent and there were important matters to attend to. It wasn't appropriate to cause trouble at this time. Brat, who exactly are you? Luo Yi's gaze was fixed on Du Xiaofu. That familiar aura gave him a sense of familiarity. Can't you recognize me? Try again. As soon as Du Xiaofu finished speaking, light flickered on his body. His body squirmed and transformed into a thin young man. It was the appearance he had transformed into with the disguised divine art. He had once been pursued by Luo Yi and the other two. Brat, it's you. When Du Xiaofu transformed into that appearance with the disguised divine art, the expressions of the golden-robed elders from the Luo Yi and Goldbiter rat clan changed drastically. The combat servant in front of them was actually the human youth who had killed their descendant. What's going on? Everyone was stunned and tongue-tied when they saw Du Xiaofu's change in appearance. It's him. He's the one who killed Luo Yu. So he's the one who killed Luo Yu in one move. Amidst the shock, some living beings could not help but exclaim. Back then, they were also in the valley and saw everything from afar. It was that human youth who killed one of the top 10 experts of the Beast Alliance, Luo Yu, in one move. He was incomparably ferocious and massacred everyone. He's the one who killed Luo Yu. Zhan Lan, Xiao Yao, Qing Long, Xian Tu, Bai Ruyan, and Xie Shi's expressions changed as well. It was a huge blow to them. Even Feng Jin and Long Qi were somewhat surprised. This human actually had such a method. He changed so much that they couldn't detect any abnormalities. This was very terrifying. Bastard, you won't be able to escape this time. Luo Yi roared angrily. The last time this brat escaped, he had searched bitterly for him. After finding some clues, he had chased him all the way here. This time, he definitely couldn't let him go. You killed my descendant. Brat, you're dead meat. Let's see where you can escape this time. The golden-robed elder from the Goldbiter rat clan shouted, his eyes suffused with golden light. If the young can't do it, the old will do it. What can you do to me? Du Xiaofu held Old Snake in his hand. He was not afraid of Luo Yi and Old Snake at all. Brat, this is the Beast Alliance. If you dare to kill an expert of our Beast Alliance, you will suffer a fate worse than death. Luo Yi said angrily, his face surging with killing intent. This human youth had killed his most valued great-grandson and was still so arrogant. He definitely couldn't let him go. Boom! As soon as Luo Yi finished speaking, his crimson robe fluttered as a bloody aura filled the air, enveloping the entire plaza and spreading in all directions. Creatures with lower strength would have already gone limp and their souls trembled under the baleful aura of this level. I hate it when people threaten me the most. Then I'll kill this old snake and see what you can do to me. The 2 chapters combined into 1 chapter has been completed today. Chapter 2301. Du Xiaofu's eyes darkened as he spoke coldly. When his voice fell into the enlightening demonic snake's ears, a chill of fear emanated from the depths of its beast soul and spread throughout its entire body. Then, before Old Snake could put up any resistance, a domineering and sharp force surged into his body like a tidal wave through the 7 inches of his body that had been restrained. Bang! Bang! Under everyone's watchful eyes, a golden light shot out from Du Xiaofu's hand, and an unparalleled domineering force surged out. With a muffled bang, the space under his claw exploded, and the enlightening demonic snake shattered inch by inch, turning into a bloody mist. It had to be said that this enlightening demonic snake was very unlucky. In the beginning, it had searched for Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit with the power of its beast soul without much precaution. It had to be known that the power of Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit was definitely not inferior to that of his physical body. The power of the enlightening on its body was completely useless against Du Xiaofu, and it was even suppressed by Du Xiaofu. In terms of strength and cultivation level, this enlightening demonic snake could not compare to Du Xiaofu, who was at the peak of the early stage of the Saint Realm. It was directly suppressed by the restriction and could not resist at all. At that moment, it was killed. A bloody mist filled the sky, and a resplendent bone with the power of thunder and lightning in several Qianquan bags appeared in Du Xiaofu's hand. An early-stage Saint Beast Realm cultivator's body and soul were destroyed. Everyone couldn't help but feel shocked. A Holy Beast Realm expert had been killed just like that. This was one of the top experts in the world. Countless eyes looked up at Du Xiaofu in horror. Was this really a battle servant? He was so powerful. Xiao Gu, Qing Long, Xiao Yao, and the others trembled, and their eyes rippled violently. Back then, they had wanted to subdue that human youth as their battle servant, but now it seemed that they were far from having that strength. Feng Jin, Long Qi, Jiao Jiao, Jiao Huang, and Jiao Hu were also stunned. That human had actually killed a Saint Beast Realm cultivator of the Yin Lightning Demonic Snake clan. Human, you're dead meat. When the demonic lightning snake exploded, the Ro Owl's face twitched. Finally, it couldn't help but roar. Its eyes were already ferocious. Blood chi that blotted out the sky and covered the earth surged out. Its body also expanded, turning into a huge Ro Owl. It was ferocious and emitted a bright light. Its eyes were bright, and its teeth were as sharp as saws. A pair of fleshy wings spread out. Its entire body was covered in dark red scales, which were the color of dried blood. Squeak! Almost at the same time, the golden-robed old man's body shone with boundless light and swelled, transforming into his true form of the goldbiter rat. The golden light was like a golden sun, and his aura was not much weaker than the aura of the Ro Owl. Ao! The Ro Owl's true form was the Ro Owl's body. The blood chi runes on the surface of its body swept out in all directions like a tsunami. Space trembled and the void rumbled. Blood chi surged and the roar was ear-piercing. It seemed to be able to penetrate the primordial spirit. Die, brat! Du Ye's demonic chi was ferocious, and his eyes were filled with anger. Blood chi surged in the sky, and his terrifying flesh wings spread out, shattering the void. Blood splattered everywhere, and the aura of an early-stage beast realm cultivator was released to the limit. He used his innate ability to attack Du Xiaofu. Kill! The Saint Beast Realm expert of the gold demonic rats also attacked at the same time. His voice was ear-piercing. He was not big, but the space around him collapsed. His sharp claws were like hooks, tearing through the pitch-black cracks in space, and he instantly grabbed at Du Xiaofu. These two Saint Beast Realm experts were very well coordinated. Since that brat could trick an expert of the Yin Lightning Demonic Snake clan, Yi and Yi did not let their guard down. The two of them joined forces to suppress the human. Boom! The two Saint Beast Realm experts attacked in an instant, and the entire city shook. The sky changed color, and a terrifying aura swept through the sky, as if it was going to shatter the heavens. The surrounding creatures who were not strong enough went limp, and even their souls trembled. Du Xiaofu's face darkened in the face of the two Saint Beast Realm experts' attack, but there was no fear in his eyes. A cold smile rose at the corner of his mouth. Instead of advancing, Du Xiaofu retreated. He shook his arm, and his 5 fingers curled slightly. Simple and direct. Amidst the eruption of golden light, the talisman runes on his fingertips suddenly swept out, tearing through space like lightning. Boom! At that moment, Du Xiaofu's aura was like a peerless beast that had completely awakened. It was domineering and fierce. Within the claw, the dazzling talisman runes wreaked havoc like golden lightning. It was as if a golden-winged roc was about to spread its wings and soar into the sky. Such a domineering and fierce aura erupted, and the surrounding gazes were immediately shocked. Such a domineering and fierce aura should not appear in humans. It could only exist in the bodies of the demon beast sovereigns. Under such a terrifying aura, the densely packed demon beast kings all felt their beast souls tremble. They wanted to crawl, as if they were facing a supreme king. Rip! Rip! The terrifying claw was like a rock soaring in the sky. When such an oppressive aura descended, it instantly reached the roe deer in front of it. Its ferocious eyes were instantly filled with shock. Rip! But it was too late. The wing and claw had already collided. Golden light erupted from the claw, like countless golden lightning snakes sweeping out. With an incomparably domineering posture, it shattered the bloody light that filled the sky. Rip! An ear-piercing tearing sound rang out. The surrounding void shattered inch by inch, and 5 golden cracks spread out into the distance. Squeak! At this moment, the claw of the gold-devouring rat clan Saint Beast had already reached Du Xiaofu's side. It tore through the void, and talisman runes erupted. It could crush everything. Du Xiaofu was already prepared. Just as the claw of the gold-devouring rat clan expert was about to reach him, his eyes suddenly shone with golden light. An incomparably domineering aura suddenly filled the air. He shook his left arm and condensed a fist. Roar! This fist was accompanied by the roar of a dragon and the trumpet of a divine elephant. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the void. The sky was vast and mighty. It swept out with an overbearing and domineering momentum and directly collided with the Saint Beast of the gold-devouring rat clan. Boom! The void exploded as if the universe was collapsing. The roar of a dragon and the trumpet of an elephant resounded. Roar! Squeak! Almost at the same time, two blood-curdling screams rang out. Above the collapsing void, under everyone's gaze, the roe deer's original body and the gold-devouring rat's original body fell directly to the ground, and the other was fiercely sent flying. Rip! Blood poured out like a rain of blood. One of the terrifying wings on the roe deer's original body was torn off at this moment. It was as if half of its body had been torn apart, and its internal organs were almost flowing out. Puff! The Saint Beast of the gold-devouring rat clan smashed into the square in the distance, causing the entire reinforced square to crack. The ground shook as if the mountains were shaking, and blood flowed out of its sharp mouth. The sharp claws of the Saint Beast of the gold-devouring rat clan had shattered inch by inch and turned into minced meat. White bones were eerie, and blood flowed everywhere. It was a tragic sight. Saint blood poured out, but it did not disperse. These two people were also Nirvana Supremes. When they spat out Supreme's blood, it emitted a bright light and spread energy. Runes blazed and intertwined, reflecting on Du Xiaofu who was above the void, making him even more ferocious. Du Xiaofu stepped into the air, holding the broken wing of the roe deer in his hand. It was dripping with blood and fluctuating with a bloody light, looking incomparably ferocious. The fighters in the square looked at the young man with fear and trepidation. Two Saint Beast experts had joined forces to attack at the same time, but in the blink of an eye, they had fallen into such a state. The whole square was deathly silent. They were so shocked that they could not recover from their shock. Violent ripples appeared in the eyes of Lao Huang and Lao Yi. Kill! Without any pause, as the roe deer's body fell, Du Xiaofu broke the wing in his hand and swooped down at the same time. Du Xiaofu was also secretly surprised. The roe deer's physical body was really not weak. It had broken a wing, but its body was not completely destroyed. It was truly an extraordinary physical body. At this moment, the roe deer was still deeply shocked. That terrifying aura was completely the aura of a supreme beast. Was the other party really a human? That terrifying aura and strength made him terrified, and his heart was bleeding with regret. If he had known, he would not have come looking for a beating. Not good, however, the roe deer's reaction was agile. When it saw Du Xiaofu swooping down, the murderous intent in his golden eyes made its beast soul tremble. Its ferocious eyes were malevolent and resentful. Even though its body was heavily injured, there was still an earth-shattering bloody aura soaring into the sky, forming a sea of blood around it. A roe deer's shadow rushed out, looking ferocious and terrifying. Du Xiaofu glanced at the roe deer's shadow, and his 5 fingers slightly bent again. The great rock's chaos-shattering claw burst out with a dazzling golden light, and a golden-winged rock's shadow soared into the sky, destroying the roe deer's shadow with a thunderous momentum. The claw mark tore through the void, tearing the sea of blood apart. The claw mark distorted the void, and an incomparably fierce and domineering momentum swept out. The supreme beast's pressure was like a storm, grabbing at the roe deer. The sea of blood churned, and the mysterious runes of the bloody light talisman crumbled inch by inch. The bloody aura instantly thinned, and the roe deer's ferocious eyes became more and more shocked. Under that terrifying aura, the claw mark rapidly expanded in its eyes, making it feel more and more powerless. An aura of death surged in its heart. Lord Feng Jin, save me, save me. At this last moment, the roe deer's shrill cry resounded in the square. Hearing the roe deer's cry for help, Du Xiaofu's heart sank, and his murderous intent grew even stronger. Junior, how can I let you be so fierce? But at this critical moment, a gloomy voice sounded, and a lightning-like figure appeared beside the roe deer. Following the appearance of this figure, the surrounding void became incomparably hot. Sparks filled the air, and the void was completely distorted. An invisible spatial force also directly crushed Du Xiaofu's great rock's chaos-shattering claw. Distant Sky Flame Phoenix Clan, Feng Jin. Du Xiaofu naturally knew who had interfered with this sudden change. This aura was much stronger than the roe deer's and was on a completely different level. This was the cultivation of a mid-stage holy beast. Qi. Feng Jin appeared, his eyes suffused with blazing flames. In an instant, he used a vast force to crush Du Xiaofu's great rock's chaos-shattering claw. At the same time, he reached out and landed on one of the roe deer's wings, wanting to pull it out. Seeing that Feng Jin wanted to save the roe deer, a cold light surged in Du Xiaofu's eyes. His body was instantly covered in purple gold lightning, and purple gold lightning arcs overflowed from his body. A vast and peerless aura suddenly spread out like a tide, and purple gold lightning suddenly erupted from the claw mark. Boom! In an instant, a murderous aura swept out. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. The domineering murderous aura shook the hearts of everyone present. Qi. Under the eruption of the purple gold lightning, Du Xiaofu's claw mark shattered the surrounding void, and a large area of distorted void directly collapsed. You want to save it? Dream on. Du Xiaofu shouted in a deep voice. The claw mark broke through the crushing pressure and directly grabbed the roe deer's hind claw. Roar! The claw mark landed, and the roe deer cried out miserably. Humph! Feng Jin's eyes changed as a cold snort sounded from his throat. He ignored the roe deer's miserable cry and quickly retreated, wanting to pull it out. You can't save it. Du Xiaofu sneered. His voice was like thunder, and purple gold lightning erupted violently from the claw mark. It was vast and destructive, and it was peerlessly murderous. A terrifying force of lightning spread out and surged into the roe deer's body, instantly engulfing it. My life is over. In an instant, the roe deer's ferocious eyes were filled with shock. Under its terrified gaze, its body started to collapse inch by inch starting from its hind claw, and the terrifying power of lightning charged towards Feng Jin. Boom! Feng Jin's expression changed as he flicked his sleeve. Under the explosion of the resplendent crimson talisman runes, a vast force shook, and only then was it able to block the power of lightning. Bang! 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 On the square, a muffled sound rang out. The roe deer's body turned into nothingness and collapsed inch by inch. Even its beast soul couldn't escape. Feng Jin stood on the square with half of the roe deer's wing in his hand. His expression was extremely gloomy as he stared at Du Xiaofu and threw the half of the wing on the square. The gazes of everyone present trembled as they looked at the young man in the sky. He was wrapped in purple gold lightning, and his killing intent was suffused. He was incomparably ferocious. Numerous bodies trembled, beast souls were palpitating, and origin spirits were trembling. Saint Realm, he's a Saint Realm expert. A living being spoke with a trembling voice. That combat servant was also a Saint Realm expert. Another Saint Realm expert has been lost. He's too ferocious. Some demon beast experts trembled uncontrollably. Another Saint Realm expert had been killed. That human was too ferocious. Lord Feng Jin couldn't even save him. Saint Realm, his true strength is at the Saint Realm. Numerous trembling voices started to rise and fall. They cried out in surprise as if they had just discovered a new continent. That mysterious combat servant was actually a Saint Realm expert. This bastard, how can a Saint Realm expert be so shameless? Suddenly, Jean-Lan seemed to have thought of something. This fellow was a Saint Realm expert, but he had been hiding his strength yesterday and had completely tricked him. This is the most shameless Saint Realm expert I've ever seen. Xian Tu said. His eyes were filled with shock, but more than that, they were filled with anger. A dignified Saint Realm expert was actually so shameless that he had the nerve to trick them. We've been tricked. Xiao Gu's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He had also lost completely yesterday. Qing Long's expression was extremely gloomy. He gritted his teeth so hard that his mouth was about to bleed. He had been tricked. The demon beast kings who had been defeated yesterday had helpless expressions on their faces. How could there be such a shameless Saint Realm expert? He had actually hidden his strength and fought with the combat servant. He had even pretended to be heavily injured and was about to be exhausted. He had completely tricked them. This was too fucking shameless. So it's a Saint Realm expert. You have to pay the price for killing an expert of my beast alliance. Feng Jin looked at Du Xiaofu with flames in his eyes. He wanted to kill me first, so I killed him. This is very fair. Du Xiaofu looked at Feng Jin as the profound energy in his body surged rapidly. The middle stage of the Saint Beast realm was much stronger than the early stage of the Saint Beast realm. No matter what, you're dead meat today. Feng Jin said. In front of him, the former had still killed the roe deer. This was undoubtedly a heavy slap to his face. You alone don't seem to be enough. Du Xiaofu looked at Feng Jin and said indifferently. I hope your arrogance will allow you to have the corresponding strength. Otherwise, you will die a miserable death. Feng Jin's face was extremely gloomy. Actually, I really want to know how strong a middle-stage Saint Beast Realm expert can be. Du Xiaofu said. This was the truth. He really wanted to know how strong a middle-stage Saint Beast Realm expert was so that he would have an idea the next time he met him. Crack crack, as soon as he finished speaking, the bones in Du Xiaofu's body began to squirm again. Then, he returned to his true appearance. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his face was resolute and determined. His tall and straight figure was still wearing that tight short shirt. His exposed skin emitted purple gold lightning arcs, domineering and awe-inspiring. Boom! Golden light surged and purple lightning arcs fluctuated. Du Xiaofu no longer held back his cultivation at the peak of the early stage of the Saint stage. At this moment, Du Xiaofu wanted to test himself and fight. Chapter 2302. What kind of technique is this? Many people were surprised. He could actually change his appearance continuously, and even his aura could change. This technique was very terrifying. Is this his true appearance? Bai Ruyan looked at the tall and straight figure. His black hair fluttered slightly, fluctuating with purple gold lightning arcs. His vast and mighty aura connected to the thunderclouds in the sky, shocking her heart. At this moment, Bai Ruyan completely understood in her heart. How could such a human be a battle servant? Xiao Yao raised his eyes, and his enchanting eyes rippled. No matter how many changes you have, you're still only at the early stage of the Saint Realm. Relying on such a small trick won't make you arrogant. When these words fell, Feng Jin's figure directly rushed out, and an incomparably blazing aura swept out in an instant. He waved his palm, and flames that filled the sky condensed at this moment, carrying a blazing aura that burned space and caused one's soul to wither. It slapped towards Du Xiaofu at lightning speed. Seeing the palm print floating over, Du Xiaofu's eyes suddenly raised. As the palm print condensed, a strange and violent energy fluctuation suddenly rippled. The energy fluctuation seemed to have materialized, and it instantly condensed into a dazzling palm print. A woo! This palm print condensed, and there was the roar of a dragon, tiger, sparrow, and turtle. The pressure surged through the sky. This was the profound yellow emperor's seal. With Du Xiaofu's current cultivation strength, condensing the profound yellow emperor's seal was no longer as strenuous as before. He condensed it directly. On the palm print, energy poured out like a flood. In an instant, Du Xiaofu waved his palm out in the face of the former's palm print that floated towards him. The primordial yellow emperor's seal swelled in the wind, accompanied by a destructive might that swept out abruptly. Everything was as fast as lightning. The two palm prints directly collided with each other. Runes shot out, and the sky rumbled. Gorgeous runes shot out, and terrifying energy ripples swept out like a huge wave. Violent and overbearing energy was released, and there was the roar of a dragon, tiger, sparrow, and turtle. Within the dazzling light, the phantoms of the four beasts, azure dragon, white tiger, phoenix, black tortoise, and black tortoise, appeared. There was also a blazing aura that erupted with a terrifying aura, accompanied by the terrifying might of the heavenly flame phoenix clan. This kind of collision caused the heavens and earth to tremble, and the surrounding beasts were horrified. Peng peng peng, a large area of the void was collapsing, and a huge void black hole was revealed. It was enough to send chills down one's spine and make one's soul tremble. Voila, a silhouette appeared. It was Xie Li from the Baifeng Divine Bird Clan. He was making a move. A blazing qi distorted the space around the square, blocking the aftershock of the attack. Otherwise, the creatures around the square would have suffered a huge impact, and many people would have suffered an unexpected calamity. Dang dang. Following that, two figures staggered back at the same time in the air. However, everyone was shocked to discover that Feng Jin was clearly pushed back a lot. He was actually at a disadvantage. Qi Hu, Xie Huang, Xie Li, and Long Qi were all deeply shocked. That human at the early stage of the Holy Beast Realm had suppressed Feng Jin, who was at the mid-stage of the Holy Beast Realm. There was a huge gap between them. Especially Long Qi. He originally wanted to attack together with him just now. With this human's cultivation and strength, the treasures they won yesterday were most likely with this human. If this kid was killed by Feng Jin, the treasures would probably fall into Feng Jin's hands. However, at this moment, Long Qi's heart trembled. Around the square, the surrounding creatures retreated one after another. The battle between Saint Stage experts was extremely terrifying. They had almost been affected by it just now. Everyone's eyes were still dazed. It was too shocking. That human youth was actually so powerful. The atmosphere in the entire square froze at this moment. There was wind, but it could not disperse this tense and frozen atmosphere. Du Xiaofu stepped into the air. His black hair fluttered, and his eyes were filled with shock. As expected of a mid-stage Holy Beast Realm expert. Even with his full strength and the power of his martial vein, he did not gain much of an advantage. If Feng Jin knew that Du Xiaofu was still not satisfied with him at this moment, he would probably be so angry that he would bleed. He was at the mid-stage of the Holy Beast Realm, and his true form was a heavenly flame phoenix. He was actually suppressed by a human at the early stage of the Holy Beast Realm in one move. How useless was this? Feng Jin stopped retreating and secretly clenched his fists. He felt an intense pain from the collision just now. Looking at that resolute face, his eyes that were as red as flames erupted with coldness. Brat, you are indeed extraordinary, but now, it's time to end this. Feng Jin spoke as he suddenly clenched his fist. Blazing flames spread out and transformed into an armor that seemed to overflow with flames that covered his entire body. A pair of wings spread out like the wings of a phoenix. Mysterious runes fluctuated as the cries of a phoenix faintly resounded. A mighty aura of the middle stage of the Holy Beast Realm rose to the limit at this moment. Flame Phoenix flying armor, the protective technique of the Sky Flame Phoenix clan. A demonic beast expert muttered with surprise in his eyes. He didn't expect that Feng Jin would actually directly use the innate ability of the Sky Flame Phoenix clan when facing a human at the early stage of the Holy Beast realm. This Flame Phoenix flying armor was extraordinary. In terms of defense and speed, it could directly rise to a whole new level. In addition, the Sky Flame Phoenix clan's physical defense and speed were one of the most powerful existences among the beast clans. In addition to this Flame Phoenix flying armor, it was difficult for anyone at the same level to contend against it. It doesn't seem weak. It has the aura of the Phoenix clan. Du Xiaofu looked at the armor on Feng Jin's body. This technique was extraordinary. He also felt the aura of the Phoenix clan from it. The supreme pressure was very powerful. Brat, what other tricks do you have? The Flame Phoenix flying armor was set up. Coldness surged in Feng Jin's eyes. Blazing flames fluctuated around his figure. He flapped his wings, and his figure was like lightning. It was as if he had transformed into a human-shaped flame phoenix. With a terrifying momentum, he charged towards Du Xiaofu. Everywhere he passed, the void shattered silently. Then let's see whose armor is stronger. At the same time, an even more domineering aura swept out from Du Xiaofu's body and shot into the sky. Golden light bloomed, and feather-like rays of light surged out from his body. They instantly condensed into a magnificent golden armor that covered his entire body. The golden wings of the Great Peng stretched out behind him, and golden light shone brightly. Gee! From the armor, the screech of the Great Peng bird could be heard. It pierced through the clouds and cracked rocks. The domineering will of the Great Peng bird clan had descended. At this moment, Du Xiaofu flapped his wings and soared into the sky. He was like a real human-shaped Great Peng. He seems to be from the Great Peng bird clan. Is he a human or a beast? In an instant, some demonic beast experts cried out in alarm. When that domineering will descended, their beast souls were trembling. Those who were not strong enough had already gone limp and prostrated themselves on the ground. Long Qi, Xie Jiao, Xie Huang, Xie Hu, and the others were shocked again. Their expressions were extremely stunned. Qi La. Feng Jin arrived. He waved his hand like a claw, and it was sharp and dazzling. The blazing flame talisman marking spread out, and it carried the cry of a phoenix. It was so sharp that it pierced one's essence soul, and it almost pierced through one's essence soul. At this moment, Feng Jin's combat strength had risen by a level. Under this claw, even an expert of the same cultivation level would not dare to take it head-on. However, Du Xiaofu was fearless. He had absolute confidence in his cyan spirit armor and body. He spread his wings and flew into the air, directly colliding with Feng Jin's fist. Clang! Such a head-on collision erupted with dazzling talisman runes. Terrifying energy erupted from the claw and palm like a volcano. Dazzling light quietly filled the void. This was a battle of the physical body and also a contest of the two's combat strength. It was an absolute head-on collision. Qi La, they separated upon contact. Du Xiaofu and Feng Jin were forced back at the same time. But this time, the wings on their backs spread and flapped, stopping their retreat at the same time. Feng Jin looked at Du Xiaofu. He felt the aura of a golden-winged rock. It was the aura of a true supreme beast, and it was definitely not something a human could possess. With his eyesight and strength, he could not tell if the person in front of him was a human or a golden-winged rock. However, this was not important. Feng Jin did not intend to let this brat in front of him go. He did not believe that he, who was at the mid-stage of the Holy Beast realm, could not do anything to this early-stage Holy Beast realm brat. Boom! Feng Jin's gaze was gloomy, and it was as if a sea of flames was surging. He attacked again, containing holy might. Endless pressure spread out and distorted the void. He flapped his wings and charged towards Du Xiaofu again, blazing and shattering the void. This was the might of a mid-stage Holy Beast Realm expert. Every move he made showed how terrifying a mid-stage Holy Beast Realm expert was. Du Xiaofu's eyes were cold. His entire body was filled with purple lightning arcs and covered by the thunder martial vein. He shook his arm and used the golden rock wings on his back to activate the shaking heaven wings, fiercely flapping them at the former. Golden light spread across the sky. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The heavenly thunder didn't stop. Amidst the peerlessly domineering aura, there seemed to be a faint image of a golden-winged rock. Rumble. The two collided, and wind and thunder resounded. It was as if the universe had been turned upside down, and the void kept exploding, turning into chaos. The chaotic void made it difficult for Hu Pao, Lao Qi, and the others to spy on them. They could only see the two figures constantly bombarding each other at high speed, and muffled sounds kept exploding in the void. The talisman runes on Feng Jin's phoenix flying armor erupted, bringing with it the might of a saint stage expert. Amidst the monstrous flames, he attacked Du Xiaofu with all his might. Fight! Du Xiaofu was fearless. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled as thunderclouds gathered. He used his thunder martial vein and green spirit armor to fight against the former. He was not at a disadvantage at all. Gee, the rock's cry pierced through the clouds and cracked rocks. Du Xiaofu was covered in purple lightning, and the feather armor on his green spirit armor seemed to have come to life like the feathers of a rock. They were like blades that were exceptionally sharp as they cut through the void. Relying on the azure spirit armor and the Great Peng golden wings, Du Xiaofu was like a real golden-winged Great Peng in human form. What he cultivated was also the cultivation technique of the golden-winged Great Peng race. It carried a domineering will, and his aura was incomparably awe-inspiring. Electric arcs rippled all over his body, and his feather armor was dyed purple gold, full of texture. The purple gold light was like a storm, and his attacks were wide open. Wind and thunder resounded, like the roar of thunder. At this moment, although Du Xiaofu had yet to step into the middle stage of the Saint Beast realm, the power erupting from his every move was not inferior to Feng Jin's at all. Too terrifying. Is that guy really just a human? The eyes of countless demon beast experts trembled, and they were so shocked that they were unable to recover from their shock. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, how could they believe that a human youth who had yet to step into the middle stage of the Saint Beast realm had the abnormal strength to contend against Feng Jin, who was at the middle stage of the Saint Beast realm? This was simply unbelievable. Chapter 2303. The gap between each level of the Saint realm was also a huge chasm that ordinary people could not cross at all. Feng Jin's expression changed. He was gradually being suppressed. However, Feng Jin's cultivation was at the middle stage of the Saint Beast realm. His heavenly flame phoenix clan bloodline was also incomparably powerful. Scarlet flames overflowed into the sky and drowned the sky. Du Xiaofu attacked violently, wanting to test himself. Star-shattering fist. Domineering Dao. Domineering Dao. Rock descends to the 9 heavens. Du Xiaofu's golden wings flapped widely, like a true rock striking the sky. He soared into the sky and shattered the void. His voice was like thunder, and his various attacks and supreme beast golden-winged rock became more and more domineering. After stepping into the Sage realm, Du Xiaofu's various improvements during this period of time, in addition to the various benefits obtained from various comprehensions, had turned into absolute combat strength at this moment. The Cyan spirit armor and the immortal mystic body were Du Xiaofu's trump cards. Such a defense was even better than Feng Jin's. Even the benefits he had obtained from Senior Heavenly Wood Divine Tree and comprehended the mysterious profundity had always been of great use to Du Xiaofu. It had helped Du Xiaofu recover quickly. In such a great battle, the invisible help was enormous and unimaginable. Huff, huff, Everyone held their breaths as they waited for such a great battle. Long Qi and the others became more and more alarmed. Xie Qi no longer dared to be careless and had been secretly vigilant. In such a battle, if he was not careful, he would probably destroy this city. The more Feng Jin fought, the more shocked he became. This strange brat was too terrifying. His defense was as abnormal as the legendary golden-winged rock. It was like a real golden-winged rock. The might of his lightning was also extremely terrifying, causing his beast soul to tremble. If this brat were to step into the middle stage of the Saint Realm, how terrifying would he be? He would probably not be a match for him at all. Thinking of this, Feng Jin could not help but tremble in his heart. He did not dare to imagine. Rumble. The two of them collided again in a flash. Terrifying energy runes rippled out, and the surrounding space exploded like fireworks. It directly cracked and finally turned into a vacuum. Qi La, suddenly, Feng Jin revealed a gloomy smile. With a shake of his arm, the blazing flames in his hand condensed into a spear that was dazzling and blazing like surging lava. It was like a flaming dragon that charged into the sky and pierced straight towards Du Xiaofu. Humph! Du Xiaofu had expected this. He flapped his golden wings and sneered. In the purple and gold light, he flapped his wings and soared into the sky. He used the wave-like free steps and twisted the void to move horizontally. With an incredible speed and angle, he dodged the spear and brushed past Du Xiaofu's shoulder. Even though he was wearing the blue spirit armor, he still felt a scorching breath passing by his neck. His hair stood on end. Sumeru illusion. All of a sudden, Du Xiaofu's eyes glowed brightly. A mighty surge of primordial spirit power fluctuated, and the Sumeru illusion affected his spirit. Feng Jin was affected. The power of Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit was definitely not inferior to his physical body. Feng Jin knew that Du Xiaofu was a dual cultivator, but he never expected that the other party would suddenly use a primordial spirit attack in such an intense battle. Furthermore, it was such a strange primordial spirit attack. Almost in an instant, Du Xiaofu's hand seals condensed at the same time. Suddenly, palm seals that filled the sky poured out like a torrential rain and directly enveloped Feng Jin. This was the heavenly horse violent palm. It could erupt with countless palm seals in an instant, and it was enough to shatter the void with each palm strike. Bang, 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 numerous palm prints enveloped Feng Jin and fiercely landed on his body, causing the surrounding space to tremble and shatter. The violent power that emanated from the energy ripples caused the scalps of the demon beast experts in the distance to go numb. By the time Feng Jin regained his senses, it was already too late. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body was like a bird with broken wings as he rushed into a huge building outside the square. Rumble, boulders exploded, and the earth quaked. The terrifying impact caused the surrounding buildings to collapse, and the ground to crack, turning into ruins. The surroundings trembled and clicked their tongues. No one had expected such an outcome. Du Xiaofu stepped into the air. Lightning surged in his eyes, and purple-gold lightning arcs surged around his body. The golden wings on his back flapped, and his figure swooped down. Du Xiaofu would not miss such an opportunity to take his life while he was down. Brat, I won't rest until you die today. Suddenly, an extremely cold voice roared out from the ruins on the ground. A terrifying energy fluctuation spread out from the ruins. Du Xiaofu's eyes moved, and his figure could not help but stop. Then, he flapped his wings and retreated. Boom! Boom! In an instant, the ruins on the ground trembled for no reason. Then, a monstrous scarlet flame swept out from within like a storm. The aura of a supreme beast spread out, bringing with it a monstrous blazing aura that shot into the sky. Coo! The cry of a phoenix was like the cry of a phoenix. A huge flaming phoenix flew into the sky along with the huge rocks in the ruins. It instantly flapped its wings and rose into the sky. The enormous beast body, which was tens of thousands of feet in size, was like a cloud in the sky. Light covered the sky, and mysterious runes enveloped the void. The surroundings were like a sea of flames, and an indescribable blazing pressure pressed down on the sky. This was Feng Jin's main body. It was quite similar to the Phoenix clan, but it lacked the magnificence and nobility of the true Phoenix clan. However, at this moment, the aura on Feng Jin's body had risen to its peak. His main body was his strongest combat strength. Feng Jin had never thought that he would have to use his main body when facing an early-stage Saint stage human. But now, Feng Jin's killing intent was monstrous, and his anger could not be suppressed. He also felt lingering fear. The human in front of him was too strange. The astonishing strength and future he displayed made him deeply afraid. Once an expert stepped into the intermediate stage of the Saint stage, he would be no match for him. Therefore, no matter what, he had to completely kill him today. Kill! Feng Jin's main body roared ferociously as crimson light surged out of his eyes. It was as if two volcanoes were erupting, and it was incomparably terrifying. He spread his wings and covered the void as he pounced towards Du Xiaofu, who seemed incomparably small at this moment. Crack! Crack! Wherever the enormous flaming phoenix's body passed, a terrifying crushing force shattered the void and swept down with surging lava. A monstrous aura swept out crazily, enough to shatter everything. Can that human still stop it? Sensing that terrifying aura from afar, many people's hearts raced. Can he still withstand it? Xiao Yao retreated into the distance, her eyes glowing. For some reason, she was actually worried about that human to the point that cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Even at this moment, Long Qi and Jiao Jiao were secretly focused as they stared at the scene. A terrifying force instantly arrived. Du Xiaofu stood in the air as the golden wings of the great rock spread out behind him. He was like a boulder, unmoving like a mountain. It was also at this moment that Du Xiaofu made his move. Wind and thunder rumbled as the violet gold celestial palace appeared in his hands. It exuded the aura of a peerless divine weapon, as well as the aura of a supreme divine weapon, wreaked havoc in the air. The golden wings of the great rock on his back flapped like an eagle soaring into the sky. His movements were as fast as lightning as he slashed out with his sword. Boom! Boom! This sword strike was as if it could split a mountain. It was simple and domineering, without any fancy moves. However, an incomparably domineering aura suddenly spread out from that sword strike, causing the space to tremble violently. Under the stunned gazes of many people from that clan, wherever Du Xiaofu's sword strike passed, space almost collapsed, revealing traces of a vacuum. It was a simple sword strike, but it contained the overlord sword Dao and the lightning martial vein. Accompanied by a vast and mighty energy fluctuation, purple gold lightning arcs rose and fell like an ocean, spreading out and shaking the heavens. Everything happened very quickly. In a short instant, they met and intertwined with the flaming phoenix's body. Ku! Ku! Feng Jin hissed as the ferocious might of its enormous beast body spread out, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. Sword light spread out as divine radiance covered the sky. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, accompanied by an endless domineering might of execution. Bang! This entanglement did not last for long before the monstrous flame scattered. The feathers on the body of the huge distant sky flame phoenix withered. The empty space was distorted. After which, it turned into a human figure that flew out miserably in the empty space. Finally, it landed heavily on the square. The frightening force directly caused the huge square, which had been strengthened, to be covered with arm-sized cracks in an instant. The ground trembled as Feng Jin crawled up. His hair was disheveled, and he was in an extremely sorry state. His mouth was filled with blood, and his arms and abdomen were dyed red with blood. It was an injury caused by the sword light. Blood was flowing non-stop, and the wound was so deep that his bones could be seen. On the square, the feathers of the flaming phoenix drifted down, suffused with light. Feng Jin raised his head and looked at the figure in the sky with a gloomy expression. His eyes were filled with shock. Long Qi, Jiao Xiu, and the others did not expect that human to be so ferocious. Feng Jin's body was also severely injured. Du Xiaofu stepped into the air with his sword in hand. Under the green spirit armor, the great rock wings, and the lightning martial vein, the light was like the sun, and his aura was astonishing. Coo. Such an aura caused the hearts of all the living beings in the surroundings to tremble. They swallowed their saliva and felt a chill run down their spines. They looked at the majestic young man in the sky, who was shining with purple gold lightning, and all of them trembled in fear. Qi, how could Du Xiaofu let go of such an opportunity so easily? This enmity had already been completely formed. If he didn't kill Feng Jin today, he would have another opponent in the future. He didn't stop. He raised the purple gold heavenly tower in his hand, and killing intent surged in his eyes as he swooped down again. At this moment, Feng Jin, who was originally overbearing and aloof, was afraid. Fear surged out from his heart, and he no longer cared about his face. As he retreated with all his might, he shouted, "Long Qi, brother Jiao Xiu, quickly kill this human together." "Brat, don't be arrogant." Long Qi came back to his senses and immediately rushed out. A ferocious aura swept out, and the aura of a mid-stage holy beast swept out. It transformed into a bolt of lightning that charged directly towards Du Xiaofu. Jiao Xiu's expression changed, but his figure also rushed out. Blazing green and red flames spread out, and runes interweaved, transforming into a blazing pillar of light. The light shot into the sky and also charged towards Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu had no choice but to pay attention to the two mid-stage holy beast realm experts attacking at the same time. Although he might be able to severely injure Feng Jin again if he fought head-on, he couldn't be sure that he could kill him. It wasn't good to put himself in danger. Chapter 2304. Qi La. Du Xiaofu spun around and swung the purple gold heavenly tower in his hand. Sword light overflowed into the sky and intertwined with each other. A large expanse of resplendent sword light instantly swept out in all directions, blocking Jiao Qi and Long Qi. Clang clang. The sword light tore through space, causing the void to tremble. Resplendent light erupted and clanged, blocking Jiao Qi and Long Qi at the same time. But at this moment, Feng Jin had already escaped. Where is he? But then, Long Qi, Jiao Qi, and Feng Jin all realized that Du Xiaofu's figure had disappeared. "Qi Hu, watch out!" At the same time, Long Qi shouted loudly as his expression changed drastically. Qi La, golden light instantly surged out of the void, and Du Xiaofu's figure appeared in front of Qi Hu, who was watching the show from the side. Buzz! When the figure broke through the air, Du Xiaofu's purple gold heavenly tower directly slashed out. The sword light swept out and the void was torn apart. Accompanied by the purple gold lightning that spread out, a terrifying aura was like a tilted ocean that filled the void. Du Xiaofu did not chase after Feng Jin anymore. With Jiao Qi and Long Qi involved, the chances were not high. If he were to tangle with three mid-stage holy beasts at the same time, it would be very easy for him to fall into a dangerous situation. By the time Qi Hu realized what was going on, it was already too late. He had been watching the show from the sidelines, feeling that this matter had nothing to do with him. He was here for his dead descendant, but Qi Hu did not expect that the human youth was the target, and he did not know why he was being targeted. Not good. Under that terrifying might, Qi Hu's expression was immediately horrified. How could he have thought that the human would suddenly attack him? Feng Jin had already been crippled, so how could he be a match for him? Almost reflexively, boundless aura erupted from Qi Hu's body. As the talisman mystic patterns erupted, a huge four-winged demon snake phantom rushed out to block the attack. Its four wings flapped in the air, and the snake flicked its tongue, erupting with terrifying fluctuations. However, this four-winged demon snake phantom could not block the mighty sword light at all and was directly destroyed. The sword light tore through the void and engulfed Chi-Hu's body with a force that blotted out the sky. Swish, 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 many people could clearly see that Chi-Hu's body was pierced through by the sword light. Like a sieve, numerous holes appeared on his body before it exploded. Bastard! Long Chi roared in rage, his voice was like the roar of a dragon. His body swelled up, and in an instant, light filled the sky as he transformed into the true form of the Eight Desolation demonic dragon. He was like a flood dragon, exuding the might of a dragon as he pounced towards Du Xiaofu with a terrifying pressure. Activate the formation. Jiao Qi's expression changed as his voice rang out. Rumble, as soon as Xie Xie's voice fell, the entire city began to shake. Pillars of light shot up into the sky from talisman runes. At this moment, the entire giant city seemed to have come alive. The mysterious runes of the talisman covered the sky and distorted the void. A blazing aura filled the sky. A huge talisman formation appeared, enveloping the entire city and shaking the Beast King mountain range. This was the grand spell formation of the Baifeng Divine Bird clan. Once it was activated, it could defend against external attacks, and could also trap powerful enemies. This grand spell formation was not simple. It was enough to protect the Baifeng Divine Bird clan. Golden light filled the air, and the shadow of a golden ape appeared in the grand spell formation. Its golden eyes shone brightly, and it was filled with the aura of a supreme being. Facing the grand spell formation, it was as if it was nothing and broke out of the formation in an instant. Du Xiaofu did not look at the method of breaking the formation on the jade slip. He wanted to test the talent of the Scarlet Bone Horse Monkey's primordial spirit first. This grand spell formation was not simple, but it was not at the level where it could block the talent of the Scarlet Bone Horse Monkey. Swish! Outside the grand spell formation, the golden ape shadow disappeared. Du Xiaofu's figure stood tall and straight. His azure spirit armor and golden rock wings complemented each other. He was like a real rock in human form. He looked back at the depths of the Baifeng Divine Bird clan, then flapped his wings and flew away, disappearing in an instant. Roar! The dragon's roar shook the sky and came out from the grand spell formation. Long Qi's body could not break out of the formation and was trapped inside. In the inner city, on a tall mountain peak, two old figures stood quietly. One of them was staggering, and his face was old. He gave people the feeling that he was about to die. It was the old lady who had looked for Du Xiaofu not long ago. Beside the old lady, there was a black-clothed elder. He wore a wide robe and had short black hair. He looked thin, but one could tell that he was strong. He is obviously a human, but he has the aura of the Golden Rock clan. It is very strange. He also has the Scarlet Bone Horse Monkey's primordial spirit. It is unbelievable. The black-clothed elder's eyes were filled with doubt. He is killing for me to see, to remind me, the old lady said. There was a slight fluctuation in her calm eyes. She softly said, "It looks like this human really does have feelings for little Qing. I have underestimated him. This human is interesting. Miss Little Qing came from the outside world and has the blood of the Baifeng clan. It seems that the blood in Little Tiger's body must have come from the ancestor of my clan. That kind of blood is extraordinary," the elder said with bright eyes. "You have come personally. It shows that you value this. But if you want to bring Little Tiger back to your Dark Sky Tiger clan, the four-winged demonic snake clan may have some objections," the old lady said. "The blood in Little Tiger's body is extraordinary. We cannot let anything happen to him. The body of the junior from the four-winged demonic snake clan has been destroyed. Let him go. If he still dares to make a fuss, I don't mind teaching the four-winged demonic snake clan a lesson," the black-clothed elder said in a domineering manner. The old lady smiled faintly. Then, she looked into the distance and said, "It seems that the remains of those clans will not be able to resist the temptation of making some moves during this Beast Alliance meeting. The entrance to the outside world has been opened once again. It will be even more lively. The people outside want to come in, and the people inside want to go out," the elder said. In the Baifeng Divine Bird clan, the formation dissipated and everything began to calm down. "Human, you can't escape from the Beast Alliance." Long Qi, who had withdrawn his body, shouted angrily in the sky above the square. The golden-clothed elder of the Goldbiter Rat clan also withdrew his body. One of his arms was broken at the shoulder, dripping with blood, and his face was as pale as ash. The golden-clothed elder knew very well that if not for the strength of the Goldbiter Rat clan's body, he would have been killed by that punch. His opponent was also an early-stage Saint Realm human, but his strength was so terrifying. The phantom of a four-winged demonic snake, which was about 10 feet long, emitted a dazzling light. Its aura was terrifying. Its ferocious eyes were full of resentment and shock. This was Qi Hu's beast soul that had escaped. His body was directly shattered, but at the last moment, he relied on the means of the four-winged demonic snake clan to escape with half his life. However, such a serious injury was equivalent to losing half his life. He would not be able to progress any further in the future, and would even become weaker and weaker. This kind of blow was undoubtedly the most painful for any cultivator. At this moment, Qi Hu still could not understand why the human would attack him in the end. He did not provoke the human. Humph. On the ground below, Little Tiger snorted coldly as he looked at Qi Hu's beast soul body. The third young master must have done this on purpose. The entire scene was filled with shock, and the surrounding living beings had yet to recover from their shock. In an instant, 2 holy beast realm experts were killed, 3 were heavily injured, and one of them even had his body destroyed. Feng Jin, a mid-stage holy beast realm expert from the Heavenly Flame Phoenix clan, was also no match for him and was heavily injured. In the end, the human youth even swaggered off. Even the Baifeng Divine Bird clan's formation couldn't trap him. How ferocious and powerful was he? Since when did the human race have such a terrifying young expert? It's too terrifying. Some monster beast realm experts exclaimed. That human youth was too terrifying. He was not old, but his strength was terrifying. The aura of that human youth did not seem like a human either. It was more like a golden-winged roc. The golden-winged roc has not appeared for a long time. Rumor has it that it is an extremely terrifying race. It is said that the golden-winged roc existed a long time ago, but it did not appear again. The crowd was shocked and only dispersed after a long time. A Saint Realm expert actually hid his strength to cheat treasures. Humans are indeed shameless. This is the most shameless Saint Realm expert I have ever seen. Meanwhile, Du Xiaofu's reputation as the most shameless Saint Realm cultivator had spread throughout the Beast Alliance. The monster kings who had lost all their beasts yesterday were gritting their teeth in anger and shock. At this moment, Du Xiaofu had already left the Beast King mountain range. In order to avoid any accidents, he landed in a valley 4 hours later. His face was slightly pale, and he had consumed a lot of energy in the battle. However, Du Xiaofu had a rough understanding of his own combat strength and the combat strength of a mid-stage Saint Beast. With his current cultivation strength, even if he encountered a peak mid-stage Saint Beast, he should be able to fight. However, Du Xiaofu knew very well that if he encountered a mid-stage Saint Beast, it would be a different story. For example, Little Star, Du Xiaoyao, and the others, if they were at the same mid-stage Saint Beast, even 10 Feng Jin would not be able to compare to them. In the valley, Du Xiaofu found a hidden place and sat down cross-legged. He took out a yellow spirit snow Ganoderma and chewed on it. This was a miraculous medicine for recovering profound qi. In any case, he had obtained countless precious medicines and spirit herbs yesterday. Du Xiaofu narrowed his eyes and pondered. He had killed the deer and the others to avoid leaving any trouble for himself. In addition, Little Qin was in the Baifeng Divine Bird clan after all. Although everything seemed to be beneficial to Little Qin, this was someone else's territory. Du Xiaofu knew that terrifying old woman was definitely watching in the dark. He had made a move to inform the Baifeng Divine Bird clan that Little Qin still had an older brother behind her. If the Baifeng Divine Bird clan did anything to harm her, he would definitely not be polite. Peeking with his mind, Ouyang Shuang, Dai Xingyu, Qing Luan, and Little Qin were all refining the saint medicine in the desolate ancient space. Du Xiaofu also sat down cross-legged and circulated the Golden Rock clan's cultivation method to refine the yellow spirit snow Ganoderma. In this dangerous place, he had to maintain his peak state at all times. Du Xiaofu did not dare to be careless. Chapter 2305. Faint golden light rippled, dyeing the surroundings a faint golden color. Although the yellow spirit snow Ganoderma was a precious medicine, with Du Xiaofu's cultivation level and the abnormal size of his divine watchtower, he was unable to replenish it. Du Xiaofu was really reluctant to use sacred medicine to recover his body's consumption. Although he had won quite a lot of sacred medicine this time, they were all very useful. Circulating the Golden Rock clan's cultivation method to refine the yellow spirit snow Ganoderma, Du Xiaofu continued to comprehend the three swords in his mind. However, this only lasted for a few hours. Du Xiaofu withdrew his hand seal, and the golden light around him surged into his body like a cloud and disappeared. Phew, a mouthful of turbid air was exhaled from his abdomen. Du Xiaofu opened his eyes, and the golden light surged. Then, it was restrained, and he regained his clarity. Du Xiaofu's gaze flickered, and he retracted the restrictions and seals he had set up around him. Someone had broken into the vicinity and caused a huge commotion. After a while, a dazzling light shone from the mountain range in the distance. Terrifying energy ripples could be felt even through the void, and low muffled sounds of energy colliding could be heard continuously. Du Xiaofu looked into the distance. The mysterious runes that covered half the sky were emitting energy ripples. There was a familiar aura, and there was even the power of a supreme being rippling. His gaze flickered, and his figure flashed out. That familiar aura made Du Xiaofu want to investigate it. At the mountain range, a giant ape covered in grayish-white scales was currently standing in the air. The scales were shining brightly, and they were like natural armor covering its body. Its aura was vast and unparalleled, and it was very majestic as it stood in the void. The giant ape's aura was vast and mighty, and the light aura on its body was like a blazing flame that swept out in all directions, causing space to tremble. Its formless power was terrifying and ferocious, enough to shake one's spirit. It's that ferocious ape, the demonic ape. When he saw the grayish-white giant ape, Du Xiaofu recognized it at first glance. No wonder the aura felt familiar. How could Du Xiaofu forget that ferocious ape? It was the ferocious ape that fought with the giant fish for the half of the mysterious bone when he had stepped into this fearsome place. Then, it and the ferocious bird were intimidated by him, and fled. He did not expect to see it again here. And then, Du Xiaofu's deus, divinity, Du Xiaofu's eyes deus, in the void, a small and beautiful figure in the void. That beautiful figure was graceful and tiny, but at this moment, 9 divine halos that seemed like blazing divine flames were above her head, and they occupied half of the sky. They carried the mighty sound of the heavens, and it was like a heavy hammer being struck by a heavenly drum. It was sufficient to make all living beings in the mountain range tremble with fear. It was a graceful woman. At this moment, her body was surrounded by light. Her figure was graceful and curvaceous. She wore a light blue crepe skirt and her face was cold and enchanting. Rumble, the sound of the heavens never stopped, and the energy fluctuated. The jade bell hanging from the corner of the woman's dress jingled in the wind. The soft white silk tied around her waist outlined her perfect and voluptuous figure. Her cold and enchanting face was solemn at this moment. Grand Sovereign Nirvana, Lu Limo. Du Xiaofu was a little surprised. This was actually a Nirvana stage Grand Sovereign. More importantly, he didn't expect this woman to be the familiar Lu Limo. Judging from the aura emanating from Lu Limo's body, her cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of the undying realm. Swish swish, Lu Limo gave it her all as she held a powerful sword in her hand. Her aura was far above that of an ordinary sacred weapon. The sword radiance roared like a tiger, and it was accompanied by the supreme strength. Thousands of sword radiance shadows cut through the void and swept towards the demonic ape. Chi la la, the sword light overflowed into the heavens, tearing apart the void. The mountain range below also cracked open, and towering trees directly collapsed. Many creatures in the mountain range were trembling and crawling. It's useless. The demonic ape opened his mouth and let out a cold snort. His eyes were filled with astonishment, but he didn't care. He waved his claws, and light overflowed into the heavens. A large area of the void was distorted, and the thousands of sword radiance that cut through the void were imprisoned in the void. Rumble, the space trembled, and then a terrifying energy swept out in all directions, shaking the entire sky. Boom! The void rumbled as Lu Limo furrowed her brows. Another type of mysterious rune appeared on her body, making her curvy figure even more dazzling. Her aura continued to rise in an instant. In an instant it rose to a level close to the sage-to-be level, surpassing the level of immortality and indestructibility. Strange martial vein, very strong. Du Xiaofu was surprised, and he secretly smacked his lips. Lu Limo had used the power of the martial vein, and at this level, she could still raise her cultivation by so much. This martial vein was extraordinary, and it was very terrifying. With this kind of martial vein, as long as she didn't encounter abnormal existences like Little Xingxing and Du Xiaoyao, she would be invincible among those of the same level. In an instant, Lu Limo attacked again, bringing along the sovereign strength. Her graceful figure was as fast as lightning, and with a mighty energy, the sacred weapon longsword in her hand swept out, and a pitch-black crack appeared in the void, and it instantly pierced towards the demonic ape's chest. Chi La, the demonic ape's defense was instantly penetrated, and the mighty sovereign strength could suppress everything. The sword light was like thunder, and it was as fast as lightning. It pierced the scales on the demonic ape's chest, leaving a deep crack with faint traces of blood. However, the scales on the demonic ape's body weren't completely shattered, and the crack left by the sword light only lasted for a while before it slowly recovered. At the same time, Lu Limo's face changed. She didn't expect that her full-strength attack would have such a negligible effect on the demonic ape in front of her. She felt that something was wrong. Boom! However, it was too late. Lu Limo was unable to dodge the attack. The huge fist that was covered with dazzling grayish-white scales was like a meteorite as it slammed into her curvaceous body. There was no turning back, the difference was too great. Blood spurted out from Lu Limo's red lips as the sovereign blood glowed and emitted energy waves. Her delicate body was sent flying like a kite with its string cut as the 9 divine rings above her head shattered inch by inch. She landed heavily on the ground and the martial vein talisman on her body instantly dimmed. Bang bang, the ground trembled, and Lu Limo's body broke a towering tree, and she fell onto the ground, causing the ground to crack and dust to fly. Boom! The demonic ape's huge body soared through the sky, and it stretched out its claw, twisting the void as it tried to grab Lu Limo's body. Evil beast! A faint voice sounded, and a figure strangely appeared in the middle of the claw that was twisting the void. Instead of retreating, it charged forward, and punched towards the claw. Boom! Bang bang! The earth trembled, and a few mountains were crushed, causing huge rocks to explode. Roar! Along with the demonic ape's roar that was heavily injured, the void trembled. The figure that suddenly appeared did not immediately attack the demonic ape, but went to the side of Lu Limo, who was on the ground. The one that suddenly made a move was naturally Du Xiaofu. Whether it was because Lu Limo was a human, or because he still had a grudge with the demonic ape, Du Xiaofu couldn't just stand by and watch. Lu Limo was covered in blood, and her body was covered in light. Her eyes were closed, and she seemed to have lost consciousness. Du Xiaofu narrowed his eyes and peered into his body. Then, his brows relaxed a little. Du Xiaofu's mind saw that although Lu Limo was heavily injured and unconscious, she was still alive. The demonic ape seemed to want to keep her alive. Roar! The demonic ape's huge body stood up, and its feet stepped on the ground like a mountain. Its palm was covered in blood, and there were cracks. Its fierce eyes were filled with a terrifying light, but there was also a hint of surprise. That overbearing aura just now made the demonic ape feel a sense of déjà vu, and an uneasy premonition crept up in its heart. When Zhong Yuan's gaze landed on the person who had just arrived, even though the person had changed his clothes and was no longer wearing a purple robe, when he clearly saw the familiar face with his head slightly lowered, his ferocious eyes were immediately filled with horror. His body trembled, and in the next instant, he turned around and fled. Still want to escape? It was too fast, and when the demonic ape turned around, the familiar figure had already appeared in front of it. That clear and resolute face, compared to the incomparably small body, made the demonic ape feel as if it had seen a ghost. Its eyes were filled with fear, and blood was still dripping from its huge hand. "Why is it you?" The demonic ape opened its mouth, and its huge body involuntarily took 2 steps back. It knew that even if they joined forces, they were not a match for the human in front of it. At this moment, it was simply not a match for the human in front of it. "We meet again, why aren't you chasing after me?" Du Xiaofu said faintly, looking at the demonic ape's right hand that was dripping with blood. Last time, the demonic ape's right hand was shattered, but it was a saint beast, and had recovered. "Human, we have experts here. If you dare to attack, you won't be able to escape." The demonic ape opened its mouth, and its fierce eyes were filled with fear. "Is that so?" Du Xiaofu stepped on the void, and his figure was tall and straight. Compared to him, his figure was small, but the invisible aura made the demonic ape feel suffocated. "Then, I'll finish you off as soon as possible." As Du Xiaofu's voice fell, his figure suddenly rushed out, and a golden light gushed out in the void, and the mysterious runes spread out like lightning. "Today and yesterday, I only updated once. I was delayed by something, and will continue to update more tomorrow. Please forgive me." Chapter 2306. "Human, I'll fight you to the death." The dark ape roared, not holding back its cultivation at the peak of the early Saint Beast realm, causing the void to rumble and its aura to surge. Talisman runes erupted, and brilliant light intertwined, forming a huge shadow of a ferocious ape. It was as if an ancient ape god had descended, overflowing with mighty pressure that swept towards Du Xiaofu. This seemed to be the dark ape's trump card, and its power was terrifying. As a demonic beast remnant from before the dragon phoenix tribulation, the dark ape's bloodline was absolutely powerful for it to be able to survive until now. Its cultivation was at the peak of the early Saint Beast realm, and at this moment, its battle prowess was comparable to that of the middle Saint realm experts of the 9 great families who had just stepped into the Saint realm. Du Xiaofu attacked, directly striking out with his palm, carrying the power of the sky-shaking wings. The golden talisman runes were like a great rock spreading its wings, emitting a dazzling light as it fiercely collided with the dark ape. This kind of collision was like the collision of mountains, and the momentum was vast and mighty. The impact was like the eruption of numerous volcanoes. Dang dang! But in an instant, the giant ape shadow was directly destroyed by the golden light, and the dark ape's huge beast body was once again pushed back. Du Xiaofu's figure rushed out, completely ignoring the vast and mighty energy shockwaves that swept out, turning a deaf ear to it. Boom! His body was covered in golden light, and his domineering aura shook the void. Du Xiaofu's golden-winged rock cultivation method was fully activated at this moment, carrying the domineering will of the golden-winged rock clan. Forming a hand seal, his right arm punched out, and his left palm struck out, accompanied by a vast and mighty aura, directly bombarding the dark ape's body. When Du Xiaofu first entered the danger zones, he had already forced the dark ape and the dark ferocious bird to flee. At this moment, Du Xiaofu had once again made great progress, reaching the peak of the early Saint realm. How could the dark ape still have the power to fight head-on? Du Xiaofu attacked, emitting a dazzling golden light, like a real rock descending. His domineering will was disdainfully sharp, and his divine power was astonishing, like a demon god. Bang bang! Du Xiaofu's attack had caused the Mang ape's body to explode. Its resplendent grayish-white scales immediately cracked open, and a mist of blood gushed out. Following which, the enormous beast's body collapsed head-on, crushing many trees and boulders. The ground shook and rumbled as if there was an earthquake. Golden light filled the sky. Du Xiaofu was like a shadow as he descended from the void. Along with the spread of the golden talisman, it was vaguely like a pair of golden wings flapping. Golden light bloomed all over the sky. The airflow whistled through the sky. The momentum was terrifying. Roar, the demonic ape was heavily injured and had yet to crawl to its feet. However, it seemed to have sensed something at this moment. It screeched and roared, and its ferocious eyes were filled with terror. Du Xiaofu swooped down, and behind him, there seemed to be a golden-winged rock descending, carrying the domineering will of the golden-winged rock race. This was the rock descending to the 9 heavens. Ow ow! The demonic ape roared angrily like thunder. Its aura erupted, and it was making a final struggle. Du Xiaofu swooped down, powerful and domineering. Like a descending rock, his domineering and terrifying aura overflowed the sky. He was powerful and dominating. Behind the resplendent golden light, there was an astonishing pressure that seemed to destroy everything. The surrounding heaven and earth trembled, and the aura swept through the sky, crushing everything as if it was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. The demonic ape's ferocious eyes were filled with fear. It was suppressed like a hot knife through butter. Blood spurted out from its body, and its expression was filled with disbelief and shock. Rumble, at the same time, just as he swooped down, Du Xiaofu waved his hand. A supreme pressure spread out, and his palm was covered with a mysterious seal. It was like a golden-winged rock's shadow. Its entire body was golden and resplendent, and there were silver-yellow electric arcs. A monstrous pressure spread out from it, and with lightning and thunder, silver-yellow electric arcs suddenly erupted. Roar! Roar! All of a sudden, the roar of a dragon, a tiger, and a lion could be heard from Du Xiaofu's palm. It was accompanied by the explosion of a terrifying aura that caused the surrounding space to rumble and tremble. This monstrous pressure descended, containing a kind of pressure that all beasts could not resist. This kind of pressure came from the souls of all beasts, from their bloodlines. It was as if the strongest of all beasts had descended, wanting to make all beasts submit, and it was difficult for them to resist. This terrifying pressure made the demonic ape's beast soul tremble. Its entire body trembled, and it was completely suppressed. Chi La, in an instant, Du Xiaofu's seal fell, and with the roar of a dragon, a phoenix, a lion, and a tiger, it fell directly into the demonic ape's forehead. The strange golden seal, accompanied by the supreme pressure of all beasts, turned into a ball of golden light and disappeared into the demonic ape's forehead. At the same time, Du Xiaofu's hand seals formed one after another, and mysterious runes appeared on his body. As Du Xiaofu's hand seals formed, extremely strange rays of light, accompanied by the terrifying supreme pressure, fell in succession between the demonic ape's eyebrows. The demonic ape's huge fierce eyes closed involuntarily. At this moment, in the demonic ape's mind, its beast soul was constantly roaring. Its beast soul was like a miniature version of its original body, and it was resisting with all its strength. Evil beast, behave. Stop. Du Xiaofu's voice, with a kind of pressure, resounded in the demonic ape's mind. Dazzling golden light burst out, and like the shadow of a golden-winged rock, a mighty primordial spirit electric arc wreaked havoc, and a monstrous supreme pressure swept out, directly imprisoning the demonic ape's beast soul. The demonic ape's beast soul struggled violently, roaring continuously, but at this moment, it was unable to break free at all. The demonic ape's cultivation was at the peak of the initial stage of the Saint Beast realm, and its beast soul was very powerful. But the demonic ape encountered Du Xiaofu. With Du Xiaofu's abnormal primordial spirit power, and the blood soul seal, which specialized in suppressing beast souls, even 10 demonic ape beast souls would not be able to resist. Beast controlling technique. Yes. Du Xiaofu's hand seals continued to form, and a dazzling golden ray of light sank into the demonic ape's forehead. This was the blood soul seal. Du Xiaofu was using the beast controlling technique to keep the demonic ape alive. The beast controlling technique could be used to subdue it. More importantly, Du Xiaofu wanted to know the origin of the mysterious bone that the demonic ape, the ferocious bird, and the big fish had fought over. Roar. In the demonic ape's mind, the roars of dragons, tigers, and lions reverberated. Under the monstrous pressure, the shadow of the golden-winged rock turned into a blazing golden ray of light, and instantly entered the demonic ape's beast soul. This was a mighty suppression, incomparably powerful, and also a natural suppression. The demonic ape beast soul, after struggling for a while, gradually began to be tamed, and after a while, it completely stopped struggling. Huff, Du Xiaofu exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and his expression relaxed. This was the first time Du Xiaofu had used the beast-controlling technique on a Saint Beast realm demon beast. Fortunately, under the absolute suppression of the primordial spirit power, everything was very successful. Not long after, the demonic ape's closed eyes opened, and the ferocious light in its eyes quietly disappeared, and it became extremely docile. After its huge body stood up, it turned to about 10 feet in size, and its body was dripping with blood, but it was extremely respectful to Du Xiaofu, and bowed its head. Master. Master. Why are you here? Du Xiaofu withdrew his aura, and looked at the demonic ape and asked. Using the beast-controlling technique to control a demon beast expert at the peak of the early stage of the Saint Beast realm, at this moment, Du Xiaofu felt a sense of accomplishment in his heart. It seemed that he could try more in the future. The few of us were originally looking for the whereabouts of our master, wanting to take back that treasure. Later on, we heard that the young Supreme Lu Limo had appeared nearby. The few of us wanted to capture Lu Limo and exchange for some treasures with the humans. Pai Yuan said. You guys? Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows. It seemed that the demonic ape was not alone in the vicinity, and it seemed that it was not just the ferocious bird. Otherwise, it would not dare to search for him. After we escaped last time, we informed Master Lei Yang, and now Master Lei Yang is leading the ground wolf, ice toad, and fierce eagle to look for Master in all directions. It was purely a coincidence that we found the young Supreme Lu Limo. Under the beast-controlling technique, the demonic ape did not hide anything. Then from the demonic ape, Du Xiaofu learned that Lei Yang was already at the late stage of the Saint Beast realm. The ground wolf, fierce eagle, and the demonic ape were not much different. They were all at the peak of the early stage of the Saint Beast realm. Fierce eagle was the ferocious bird that attacked together with the demonic ape. On the other hand, ice toad was at the middle stage of the Saint Beast realm. What surprised Du Xiaofu was that Lei Yang, the demonic ape, and the others were actually semi-rogue cultivators in this fierce land. Although they had stepped into the Saint Beast realm, they had almost no status in the Beast Alliance, and were unwilling to rely on the Beast Alliance, so they gathered together. The Beast Alliance would not easily touch them, and humans would not provoke them. Chapter 2307. Translator, H2DH2. Mr. Du Xiaofu's eyes twitched. He hadn't expected so many saint beasts to be searching for him. He wasn't afraid of the early and middle Saint Beasts, but if he encountered the late Saint Beast Lei Yang, he would be in big trouble. What is that half of the bone? Du Xiaofu looked at Xiao Yuan and asked. This was the reason why he had placed the blood soul seal on Xiao Yuan. He wanted to know the origin of that half of the bone. It's said to be a supreme treasure. Anyone who can comprehend it can obtain endless benefits. That Fei Yu obtained that supreme treasure, and that's why its strength soared in such a short time and stepped into the Saint Beast realm. Before, I could crush it with a finger, Xiao Yuan said. Mang Yuan spoke. However, he was not certain about the origin of the half-secret bone. All he said was that Fei Yu might know more about it. He knew that Xiao Yuan and Lai Jiao had joined forces to obtain that half of the bone and make Fei Yu reveal the secret of the supreme treasure, but in the end, there was an unforeseen event. Hearing this, Du Xiaofu frowned. That Fei Yu should be that big fish. After obtaining that half of the secret bone, it had actually stepped into the saint realm, and it didn't take long for it to be able to fight against the demonic ape. It was enough to show that that half of the secret bone was indeed a treasure. Du Xiaofu had always felt a kind of fluctuation from that half of the bone, but he didn't know the secret and couldn't comprehend it. If Master can find Fei Yu, you should know everything. Lord Lei Yang, Lai Jiao, we are also searching for Fei Yu's whereabouts. We have agreed on a method of contact. Whoever sees Fei Yu and Master should immediately notify us, Xiao Yuan said. What? Du Xiaofu's expression changed. He looked at Xiao Yuan and said, You just notified Lei Yang and the others. Yes. Xiao Yuan nodded. He had already secretly notified them. Du Xiaofu was stunned. He didn't fear Lai Jiao, but he couldn't help but be wary of Lei Yang. It was better to avoid him. There are experts coming. Human Saint Realm. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows and released his consciousness. He originally wanted to see if there were any traces of Lei Yang and the others, but he didn't discover the aura of a human Saint Realm expert rapidly approaching. Come in quickly. Du Xiaofu didn't have time to hesitate. He summoned the desolate ancient space from his forehead. Misty chi fluctuated, allowing the demonic ape to enter the desolate ancient space, giving it time to heal. As Du Xiaofu kept the ancient desolate space, a crack seemed to have been torn open in the void. A figure instantly descended and appeared in the collapsed and messy void. When this figure descended, the surrounding void trembled slightly, and the formless aura was terrifying. It was an old man with shoulder-length hair that was black and white in color. He wore a light-colored robe and had a thin figure. His eyes were bright and emitted a frightening light. He scanned the surroundings and his gaze immediately fell on Du Xiaofu. An obscure and powerful aura enveloped Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu didn't reveal any traces and suppressed his aura to that of a martial Saint Realm expert. His body trembled as if he couldn't withstand the mighty aura of this Saint Realm expert. Du Xiaofu's concealment of his cultivation was already difficult for others to detect. After cultivating the disguised divine technique, it was even easier for Du Xiaofu to conceal his true cultivation. Unless one's strength was far greater than his, it would be difficult to detect any clues. However, the old man's cultivation couldn't escape Du Xiaofu's perception. He was at the middle stage of the Saint Realm, similar to Feng Jin of the distant Sky Flame Phoenix clan. The strength of a martial Saint Realm expert didn't attract the attention of the Saint Realm expert. The old man's figure then landed in front of Lu Limo, who had fainted on the ground. He probed with his consciousness and his expression turned serious. Whoosh, the sound of wind breaking could be heard from afar. A young figure descended, accompanied by an extraordinary aura. He instantly appeared beside the old man. The young man was tall and thin and looked to be in his 30s. He wore a tight robe and a cloak with golden silk patterns. He was quite handsome. When he saw Lu Limo, his expression changed and he asked, "Grandfather, what happened to Limo? Her injuries are too serious, but her life isn't in danger." The old man stood up and handed Lu Limo over to the young man. He then looked at Du Xiaofu in the distance and asked, "What did you see?" "A huge ferocious ape fought with her. She was no match for it and I thought she was dead. However, the ferocious ape seemed to be looking for someone and suddenly left." Du Xiaofu was trembling with fear. His gaze trembled as if there was still lingering fear in his heart. The old man looked at Du Xiaofu as if he could see through Du Xiaofu. He waved his hand and grabbed Lu Limo's extraordinary saint weapon that had fallen to the side. He then continued to ask Du Xiaofu, "Then why are you here?" "I entered the Beast Alliance's territory with a group of people to seek some opportunities. However, I was the only one left in the end." Du Xiaofu replied as he pretended to be trembling. At this moment, it seemed that the two people in front of him knew Lu Limo and their relationship wasn't shallow. They should be from the human race here. The old man stared at Du Xiaofu as if he couldn't see anything wrong with him. "Grandfather, there's no one else here. Why don't we kill this brat? Now that Limo is heavily injured, it's my chance. By then, she won't have anything to say." The young man transmitted his voice to the old man. However, this transmission couldn't escape Du Xiaofu's spiritual sense. A cold light flashed in Du Xiaofu's eyes. He had met this young man by chance and had no enmity with him. However, this guy was actually so vicious. It seemed like he wasn't a good person. Du Xiaofu was secretly on alert. As long as the old man dared to make a move, he wouldn't hold back either. After all, this old man and young man weren't good people either. The old man looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "This is the territory of the Beast Alliance. It's not a place where you can enter with your strength. Leave quickly." As soon as he finished speaking, the old man turned to the young man and said, "Yu Ming, let's go. We'll talk when we get back." The young man seemed to be worried. He looked at Du Xiaofu and continued to transmit his voice to the old man, "Grandfather, why don't you kill this brat? This is the territory of the Beast Alliance. With this brat's strength, I'm afraid he won't be able to return." "He'll still die," the old man replied. "Old man, you're so vicious to kill without spilling blood." The old man's cultivation wasn't weak. If he had transmitted his voice earlier, Du Xiaofu definitely wouldn't have dared to spy on him. However, the old man didn't seem to care about Du Xiaofu at all. He only lowered his voice. Naturally, such a voice couldn't escape Du Xiaofu's ears. Du Xiaofu originally thought that the old man didn't want to kill him because he was from the human race. However, he didn't expect the old man to have such an idea. He was just too lazy to kill without spilling blood. He wouldn't be any less vicious than the young man. There's one more update coming soon. Chapter 2308. This grandfather-grandchild pair was truly vicious. The youth looked at Du Xiaofu, as if thinking about something. Then, he said, "Do you know of my Yu family?" I do. Du Xiaofu didn't leave any traces in his heart. His expression was one of reverence. Based on the grandfather-grandchild pair's cultivation, the Yu family definitely had a high status in the human race. They were definitely a large family. This is the Beast Alliance's territory. With your cultivation, you can't leave this place. Follow me as a follower. I'll take you out of here, Yu Ming said to Du Xiaofu. His eyes were smiling, and he seemed extremely gentle. Really? That's great. Du Xiaofu's face lit up with excitement. It was as if he'd received a great opportunity. But how could Du Xiaofu not know the reason? This grandfather-grandchild pair seemed to have made some sort of arrangement. Yu Ming was clearly afraid that he wouldn't die in the Beast Alliance, or that he would have other uses. So, he brought him along just in case. That pair of vicious bastards. Du Xiaofu sneered inwardly. Let's see who plays who to death first. It just so happened that Lei Yang and the others were searching for him. If they found him, let's see who would be the unlucky one first. Lu Limo had fallen into the grandfather-grandchild pair's hands. Although they'd only met by chance, and because of Lu Limo, he'd been warned by the tomboy, Du Xiaofu still didn't feel at ease. At least he could look after her. There are beast region experts nearby. Let's go first. The old man didn't object to Yu Ming's arrangement. Several hand seals condensed on Lu Limo's body, then he stuffed several expensive medicinal pills into her mouth. Then, he tore through the void and left with the three of them. Du Xiaofu couldn't help but be on guard at all times when he was with the grandfather-grandchild pair. Du Xiaofu wasn't afraid of Yu Ming, but he didn't dare be careless with the old man from the Yu family. He didn't want to fail miserably. Several hours later, the void was torn apart as several people appeared in the void above a city. Greetings, Elder Yu. In the city, many figures flew out and bowed respectfully. In the lead was a middle-aged man who stepped into the void. His figure was tall and imposing, and his eyes were deep. Radiance suffused the air around him, and he wore a battle armor that emitted a faint light. It surrounded his body, and his aura was extraordinary. Prepare to return to the temple. Yu Bol spoke. His eyes were bright, and there was a faint fluctuation of light. Elder Yu, the arrangements have been made. The people from the Lu family have also arrived, the armored middle-aged man said. The Lu family? Yu Bol's eyes flickered slightly as he said, go ahead. Tell them that the person has been found, but he was severely injured. However, his life is not in danger. Yes. The middle-aged man looked at the unconscious Lu Limo who was in Yu Ming's arms. He turned around and entered the city. Du Xiaofu looked around, then followed Yu Bol and Yu Ming, the grandfather and grandson pair, into the city. He saw a group of people. The first one was an old man, who looked very old, but his eyes were full of spirit. He was extremely humble before Yu Bol and had already bowed from afar. Elder Lu Limo was severely injured by a Saint Plain cultivator of the Beast Alliance. When my grandfather and I arrived, it was already too late. Fortunately, her life is not in danger. Yu Ming was very polite before the old man with a respectful expression. Thank you, Elder Yu. Thank you, young Master Yu Ming. On behalf of the Lu family, I thank you for your kindness. I will never forget it. The old man from the Lu family bowed. A woman from the Lu family stepped forward and took Lu Limo, who was in Yu Ming's arms. When the woman left his arms, Yu Ming felt a little reluctant to part with her. No need to be so polite. Yu Ming found Limo first. In order to save Limo, he was severely injured. Take them back to the temple to heal, Yu Bol said to the old man from the Lu family. Yu Bol said to the elder from the Lu clan. His gaze landed on Du Xiaofu, whether intentionally or not. A formless aura landed on Du Xiaofu's body. If he were an ordinary martial venerable, he would have gone limp on the spot. Du Xiaofu knew that the old man from the Yu family was secretly warning him not to speak too much. Subconsciously, his body trembled on purpose. Hearing this, the old man from the Lu family looked at Yu Ming and bowed deeply. He said, "Thank you, young Master Yu Ming. I will always remember your kindness. Elder Lu, you can't do that. This is my duty. Unfortunately, my cultivation is not enough and I was unable to kill that Saint Beast cultivator of the Beast Alliance. Fortunately, my grandfather arrived in time and scared that evil creature away." Cough, cough, as he spoke, Yu Ming coughed. His face was slightly pale. Young Master Yu Ming, you are too polite. With your talent, it is only a matter of time before you enter the Saint Plain. The future of the human race will also depend on you, young Master Yu Ming, the old man from the Lu family said. What a shameless pair of grandfather and grandson. Du Xiaofu stood quietly. He had really broadened his horizons. He had never seen anyone more shameless than this pair of grandfather and grandson. When he arrived, it was already calm and peaceful. He was the one who saved Lu Limo. However, this old man spoke as if it was true. It was his grandson, Yu Ming, who saved Lu Limo and was severely injured. He even said it so calmly. You are also injured. Take this pill. It should be able to increase your cultivation. Seeing Du Xiaofu in a daze, Yu Ming had a smile on his face as he handed a pill to Du Xiaofu out of concern. However, there was an obvious warning in that smile. This was a combination of kindness and coercion. Thank you, young Master Yu Ming, Du Xiaofu was pleasantly surprised. He muttered to himself, let's see what this pair of grandfather and grandson are up to. This young man is. Only then did the old man from the Lu clan notice Du Xiaofu and sized him up in surprise. He entered the Beast Alliance's territory with some people to look for opportunities. In the end, he was the only one left. When Limo encountered the Beast Alliance's sacred beast realm expert, he was also affected. After my grandfather and I saved Limo, we brought him back with us, Yu Ming said. I see, the old man from the Lu clan said and did not pay much attention to it. These two bastards. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was cursing in his heart. This Yu Ming was clearly using him as a witness. Now, he had confirmed that it was him and his granddaughter who had saved Lu Limo. Du Xiaofu's desperate attempt to save Lu Limo had also become a reality. All of this was witnessed by someone else. It was not what the two of them had said. No wonder this Yu Ming wanted to bring him back. After a while, a large ship appeared in the sky. It was simple and modeled. Ancient runes fluctuated as if there were two wings on both sides of the ship. Du Xiaofu followed Yu Ming, and the people from the Lu clan onto the ship. The ship broke through the sky at an extremely fast speed. On the ship, there were people from the Lu clan taking care of Lu Limo. Their expressions were solemn and anxious. Du Xiaofu sat on the bed with a faint expression on his face. In his heart, Du Xiaofu was secretly observing and pondering. With Lu Limo's talent, her position in the clan must be extraordinary. However, it seemed that the Lu clan's position was not as high as the Yu clan's. The old man from the Lu clan was only at the Sage-to-be realm. It seemed that the human clan in the fearsome grounds was not peaceful. Kid, follow me from now on. You can say what you should, but don't say what you shouldn't say. There will be benefits for you. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Suddenly, Yu Ming transmitted a message to Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu raised his head. At the front of the ship, Yu Ming was looking at him with an absolute warning. Du Xiaofu didn't leave any traces. He sneered in his heart. He was afraid that after this period of time, once the grandfather and grandson achieved their goal, with the grandfather and grandson's personality, they wouldn't let him live. If it was someone else, the result would have been predetermined. However, Du Xiaofu didn't care. Anyway, there was nothing to do. The Lei Yang was still nearby. He could continue to follow the Yu clan. If he encountered the Lei Yang, there would be a scapegoat. At the same time, he could also learn more about the human clan in the fearsome grounds. As for whether Yu Ming wanted to deal with him, Du Xiaofu wasn't afraid. Even if the old man, Yu Bo, made a move, he wouldn't care. After an entire day, the area ahead was lush with majestic mountains. The energy of heaven and earth became denser and denser, surrounding the void. This kind of place was very vast. As the big ship crossed the void, Du Xiaofu was also looking around curiously. Along the way, he discovered many strange sights and ancient ruins. There were living creatures everywhere, as well as spiritual birds and strange beasts. It was like a paradise on earth. Today's third update is complete. Readers, rest early. Chapter 2309. After a while, countless majestic mountains appeared in front of them. There were ancient buildings everywhere, carved with the passage of time. The ship flew above. Occasionally, the auras of powerful cultivators would rush up from below. They seemed to confirm the identities of the people on the ship and immediately disappeared. Not long after, the ship landed in a huge city. The surrounding mountains were like giant dragons circling around. The energy of heaven and earth was rich, and an ancient aura pervaded the air. The city was bustling with activity. There was a bustling crowd in the distance, and many powerful auras fluctuated. It was very prosperous. Du Xiaofu secretly sized up the people here. The average cultivation level of the people here was much higher than that of the outside Kyushu. It seemed that all of this had something to do with the energy of heaven and earth. Before the eternal tomb opened, the energy of heaven and earth in Kyushu was very scarce and could not be compared to here. However, if one cultivated here, the rich energy of heaven and earth would allow one to achieve twice the results with half the effort. Everyone landed. Some of the powerful cultivators seemed to have been waiting for a long time. They looked very nervous. Then, the elder of the Yu family, Yu Ming, the elder of the Lu family, Lu Limo, and the others left again and disappeared. Then, some people came to receive Du Xiaofu. Their auras were very powerful. The person in front was at the domain realm. He was quite young, not even 40 years old. Come back to the Yu family with me. The middle-aged leader of the group, who was at the domain realm, said and led Du Xiaofu away. Du Xiaofu did not stay in the huge city for long. He continued on his way. However, it did not take long. In less than an hour, they arrived at the Yu family. Rather than calling it the Yu family, it was more like a vast land of mountains. It was like a fairyland. The mountains stood tall and majestic, and the clouds were faintly discernible. It was overflowing with light and color, and the clouds were steaming with rosy clouds. It was incomparably magnificent. This was the Yu family. There were strange flowers and plants everywhere, as well as spiritual birds and beasts. There was also a vast land of spirit medicine. This is the Yu clan, said the middle-aged man, the best place for cultivation among the human race. To be able to enter this place is the greatest blessing of your life. His eyes were cold and proud as he introduced the Yu clan to Du Xiaofu. Where are you taking me? Du Xiaofu asked. Although this place was extraordinary, what else had he not seen before? He was only surprised and curious, and did not pay much attention to it. That's where the followers live. The middle-aged man pointed ahead. On top of a huge mountain, there was a majestic building. It was so tall that it looked like it was suspended in mid-air. Du Xiaofu followed the middle-aged man and the others up the mountain. The surroundings were filled with spirit qi, and the surrounding mountain peaks were connected. Multicolored light filled the air. Du Xiaofu was arranged to stay in a secluded valley on the mountain. The middle-aged man told him that he absolutely could not run around, and that Yu Ming would make arrangements for him when the time came. After that, he left. Du Xiaofu did not mind. He walked around outside the door and saw that there were people waiting in the distance. He returned to his room, sat down cross-legged, and closed his eyes to rest. This place should be an important place for the human tribe. Du Xiaofu reckoned that no matter how bold Lei Yang and the others were, they would not dare to come here easily. For the human tribe to be able to exist in this place, and to have such a fairyland-like place for cultivation, there should be top experts guarding this place. Otherwise, the Beast Alliance would have attacked long ago. After a while, Du Xiaofu simply continued to comprehend the three sword moves. This was a kind of stubbornness, and he did not believe that he could not comprehend them thoroughly. Time passed like sand, and no one bothered about Du Xiaofu. Just like that, 2 days passed by quietly. After 2 days, Du Xiaofu felt that someone was coming and woke up. There were 2 ladies. The older one looked to be around 26 or 27 years old. She was beautiful and had a seductive figure. The younger one was probably less than 20 years old. She had a youthful look on her face, and her hair was tied up in a ponytail. She was tall and wore a long dress, but it could not hide her graceful curves. "Are you the person that young Master Yu Ming brought back?" The younger lady looked at Du Xiaofu and asked. "Yes." Du Xiaofu nodded. The aura of these two ladies were not weak. The older lady was at the domain realm, while the younger one had the aura of a nirvana sovereign. She was a junior sovereign. "Did you see it with your own eyes? Did young Master Yu Ming risk his life to save Sister Liemo?" The tall lady asked Du Xiaofu. "I was scared silly at that time. That ferocious ape was too strong." Du Xiaofu said without giving a direct answer. He did not know who these two ladies were. They might have been sent by the Yu family to probe him. "You better answer us honestly." The older lady's eyes shot a glare, and an invisible aura collapsed on Du Xiaofu's body. Her delicate face was ashen. "Woman, you are too fierce," Du Xiaofu said. He seemed to be intimidated and took 2 steps back. He seemed to be cowering and trembling. "Sister Hongyu, let me ask him." Seeing this, the younger lady said. She looked at Du Xiaofu with a gentle gaze and asked, "Don't be afraid. Sister Hongyu is not fierce. We just want to know if you saw young Master Yu Ming save Sister Li Mo with your own eyes." "Is this important?" Du Xiaofu asked. "Ladies, time is up. You should leave quickly. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain myself." At this moment, someone came. It was a middle-aged man with a nervous expression. Du Xiaofu recognized this man. This middle-aged man was one of the people who brought him here. He was from the Yu family. "All right." After hesitating for a moment, the two ladies looked at Du Xiaofu and left. "Can I go down and familiarize myself with the environment?" Du Xiaofu asked the middle-aged man. "Don't run around. Otherwise, you will have to bear the consequences." The middle-aged man replied and ignored Du Xiaofu. It was not easy for someone to come over, but after asking a few questions, they immediately left. Du Xiaofu felt rather helpless. "I can't stay here forever. I have to find a way to leave." Du Xiaofu muttered in his heart. He had already wasted 3 days. He couldn't stay here forever. He entered this ominous place to look for opportunities. "I have to find a way to leave after nightfall." Du Xiaofu decided that he had to find a way to leave after nightfall. He couldn't stay here forever. However, Du Xiaofu's idea didn't come true. Just as dusk fell, someone came. It was the middle-aged man who led Du Xiaofu here 2 days ago. He was a domain realm expert. "Come with me. There is a lord who wants to see you," the middle-aged man said and was about to lead Du Xiaofu away. Du Xiaofu's eyes moved slightly, but he didn't ask anything. He faintly felt that this matter wasn't simple. Du Xiaofu followed the middle-aged man and flew across the void. After a while, they arrived at a towering cliff. There was a flickering light and several figures were already waiting there. When Du Xiaofu landed, he saw that the middle-aged man who led Hong Yu and the 2 ladies during the day was among them. "You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.